Aan. Aan. Come on. Okay.
Yeah. Lilo la la lilo lilo la The Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance meeting of July 31st, 2024 is hereby called to order. Madam Clerk, can I have the roll call, please?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Present.
Senator Blyden present. Senator Samuel Carrion.
President.
Senator Carrion present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca absent. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr. absent. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
I'm here.
Senator Fred Gregory present. Senator Javani James Sr.
President.
Senator James Sr. present. Madam Chair, 5 present, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Do we have any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
July 31st, 2024, the Honorable Donna Fred Gregory, Chairwoman, Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance, 35th Legislature of the U.S. Virgin Islands, Capitol Building, St. Thomas, USVI. Dear Chairwoman Fred Gregory, I apologize for not being able to attend the committee hearings scheduled for the week of July 29 through August 1st, 2024. I will be attending the CSG East Pathways to a Sustainable Future Forum in Baltimore, Maryland. This annual forum offers unique and important opportunities to convene and discuss emerging policy issues. These policies are wide-ranging and focus on individual constituents and jurisdictions throughout the eastern region of the United States. This conference will examine policy issues in all CSG East policy areas, including agriculture, rural development, education, workforce development, energy, the Council on Communities of Color, fiscal, health, housing, territorial relations, and transportation. As such, kindly mark my absences as excused. Cordially, Ray Fonseca, Member Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance. This ends the correspondence, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Can you read today's agenda? We've established a quorum. Can you please read today's agenda into the record?
The Committee on Budget, Appropriation, and Finance will meet on Wednesday, July 31st, 2024 at 9 a.m. in the Earl B. Utley Legislative Hall on St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, to receive testimony on the proposed fiscal year 2025 executive budget of the Government of the Virgin Islands of the United States. Block 1, VI Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Invited testifier, Ms. Barbara McIntosh, Director, VI Bureau of Motor Vehicles. Block 2, VI Office of Veterans Affairs. Invited testifier, Mr. Patrick Farrell, Director, VI Office of Veterans Affairs. This concludes today's reading of the agenda, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And good morning to the listening and viewing audience. Good morning to my colleagues that are here. We do know that we have some colleagues that are out this week due to the Council on State Government Conference held in Baltimore. So I hope that they're enjoying their conference. I'm unfortunately wasn't able to make it this year, but look forward to attending the conference in the future. I want to say good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the Bureau of Motor Vehicle family. Today, as you've heard on from the agenda, we will hear from the Virgin Islands Bureau of Motor Vehicle and the Virgin Islands Office of Veteran Affairs, as they will both provide testimony in the defense of their FY 2025 budget requests. So as we have the family of the Bureau of Motor Vehicle, I'm going to ask Director Barbara McIntosh to please put your name and title on the record. I'm going to ask your team members, my right, your left, to also put your names and titles on the record, and then we'll move to the other side. Do you have anyone on St. Croix?
No, Senator.
Okay, you may proceed.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Jackson McIntosh. I'm the Director for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Sproul. I'm the Assistant Director of Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Good morning. My name is Mireya Sankat Singh Smith. I'm the IT Project Manager for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles.
Good morning. My name is Linda Lloyd. I'm the Physical Officer at the Bureau of Motor Vehicle.
Good morning. My name is Simonia Michelle, Deputy Director of Human Resources, Payroll, and Labor Relations at the Bureau of Motor Vehicle.
All right, thank you. Ms. McIntosh, are you ready to provide your testimony?
Yes, Senator.
You may proceed.
Good morning, Senator Donna Fred Gregory, Chair of the Committee on Finance, members of the Committee on Finance, other members of the 35th Legislature, the listening and viewing audience. I'm Barbara Jackson McIntosh, Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, and I'm here with the members of the BMV team, Assistant Director Mrs. Patrick Sproul, Ms. Miriam Sankatsin-Smith, IT Project Manager, Ms. Simonia Michelle, Deputy Director of Human Resources, Payroll and Labor Relations, and Ms. Linda Lloyd, Fiscal Officer. We are here to provide testimony on our fiscal year 2025 budget for the operations of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. The mission of the BMV is to provide the public with driver's licensing, vehicle titling, vehicle registration services, and other business transactions required by law. Our vision is to be a leader in efficient and user-friendly government, which provides real-time solutions and access to the government of the Virgin Islands services. The Bureau has two key divisions: administrative support services and customer services. Within the BMV, there are 5 functional activities: Office of the Director, Administration, Driver's Licensing and Identification, Registration and Inspection, and Records Management and Information Systems. Currently, the BMV's personnel strength status is 64 authorized positions. We have 3 vacancies that will be posted shortly. All employees in the United Steelworkers Masters Union received their salary increases and back pay that were owed to them. For fiscal year 2025, the recommended budget for the BMV is $6,056,910, of which our recommended general fund appropriation is $3,665,910. $1 million from the BMV fund and $1,400,000 from the personalized license plate fund. The general fund and BMV fund appropriations will be used for personnel services, while the PLP fund appropriation will be used for supplies, rent, utilities, maintenance, and operating expenses. Our revenues. We have projected that at the end of FY 2024, our revenue collections will be $11,196,381, compared to $10,550,813 that was collected in 2023. As of June 30th, 2024, our revenue collections were $10,393,679. The projected revenue collections for FY 2025 are $11,802,402. Overview of the FY 2024 progress. Our long-term vision for the BMV is a continuous automation of many of our most cumbersome and time-consuming processes. Over the last 4 years, we have streamlined many of our services to transition from a manual process to a more efficient electronic process. Our online services significantly reduced unnecessary wait time for hundreds of customers that visit our offices each year. More importantly, the streamlining and transformation of BMV services via access to 100% 24/7 online services eliminated the need for in-person engagement, thus improving the overall BMV customer experience. The Bureau of Motor Vehicles has identified 7 key performance indicators that will capture our performance and provide insight into our overall performance. We have set goals based on our past performance, predicted trends, and considered the myriads of service delivery options and customer needs. To date, we have met 6 of the 7 goals that were set for this fiscal year. The one goal that we have not met is the number of vehicle registration renewal transactions that were processed online. We continue to respond to the results of the KPIs by encouraging the usage of our online services, primarily for the renewal of driver's licenses and registrations, which are our 2 areas of concern. We have strengthened the customer communication channels by providing other avenues for communicating with the BMV beyond the traditional landline phone call to the offices and via the website. We have provided an online contact center that provides responses in less than 2 minutes. There is a virtual agent on the website that also provides instant responses to any questions that you may have. If the agent cannot answer a question, then the customer is directed to the contact center for assistance. The operation and process flow in all our offices have improved the BMV customer experience. The average waiting time in each office has been consistently 20 minutes, except for the last 3 days of the month. Our average waiting time is 45 minutes. The staff continuously participates in training classes in several subject matters to include the BMV internal processes, immigration documents, driver's license issuance, cybersecurity, the enterprise resource planning, revenue collection, cultural diversity, active shooter, and customer service. I will take the opportunity at this time to once again congratulate our employees of the year, Ms. Shaniqua Simon in the St. Croix District and Ms. Melissa Lewis in the St. Thomas District. It was not an easy decision during the selection process because of the excellent work performance of the employees. The management of the BMV deeply appreciate you all. Team BMV provides exceptional service to the people of the Virgin Islands. Our employees exemplify our motto, which is, excellence is all we do. We are nearing the completion of the data cleanup initiative, which we anticipate will continue into FY 2025. The work includes consolidation of duplicate files and archiving old files. We continue to collaborate with our strategic partners, such as the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the Taxi Commission, Superior Court, Virgin Islands Police Department, Department of Property and Procurement, and the Lieutenant Governor's Office. This has allowed the BMV to leverage data and information as a means of improving internal accuracy and efficiency of documents issued. Our FY 2025 planned initiatives. We have received a grant award from the Office of Highway Safety to complete the implementation of the point system. The proposed cost is $189,045. We anticipate that we will be able to fully implement this in the second quarter of 2025. We have embarked on a major paper reduction initiative. We currently offer the written test electronically in any language. The inspectors were issued tablets to conduct inspections for customers who are processing their vehicle registration online. Employees can email receipts to customers if you provide us with an email address. This capability is part of the Department of Finance ERP system. We have a business services desk where businesses can email their documents to the desk to be processed. This saves the business time and resources. Customers can also continue to complete and upload their forms using the online portal. This will significantly reduce the amount of money we will pay to print forms. We are continuing our efforts to reduce costs and paper and redundant processes via the BMV Paper Reduction Initiative. We received funding for this initiative via a grant from the Office of Management and Budget utilizing ARPA funding. The cost is $182,750. The goal is to have the ability to complete 17 of our 19 forms electronically. The customer's signature will be captured using an electronic signature pad. The signature will be saved directly onto the form and the customer's profile within the BMV database. The use of the grant funds will also assist us to computerize the road skills test, The inspectors will utilize their tablets to score the different areas of the test during the testing process. The software will automatically calculate the scores and upload the test into the BMV database. We have received a grant award from OMB utilizing ARPA funds to begin work on the implementation of the Virgin Islands commercial driver's license. The preliminary work will include the development of the CDL software that will capture the driver's record to include the required annual medical data, drug and alcohol requirements, entry-level driver training, testing records, problem driver points assigned to the CDL, public information and education, the BMV website update, the USVI CDL manual, employer notification system, driving school certification. We anticipate that we will be able to implement the full program in the third quarter of FY 2025. May 2025 is the deadline for persons who wish to utilize a Real ID certification card or Real ID driver's license as a travel document. Our Real ID is indeed real, as was determined by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. All driver's licenses and ID cards that were issued in 2023 and 2024 and the last 6 months of 2022 are recognized by Customs and Border Protection and TSA. Any cards that cannot be scanned will be reissued at no cost to the customers. Upon approval of this fiscal year 2025 budget by this body, we at the BMV strongly believe that along with grant funds, we will continue into FY 2025 to achieve our vision to be a leader in efficient and user-friendly government, which provides real-time solutions and access to GVI services. As we move forward, we will revolutionize how we provide services to our customers that will elevate, enhance, and personalize how our services are provided via exploring, investigating, and adopting the most creative platforms available. The BMV will also continue to work more efficiently, effectively, and economically to build customer value, while simultaneously being mindful to take equal care of both our employees and our customers. Madam Chair, I thank you, the members of the Committee on Finance, and other members of the 35th Legislature for inviting me and Team BMV to present our fiscal year 2025 budget and to share with you a few of our accomplishments for the past year and our plans for FY 2025. We are prepared to answer your questions and engage in further discussions.
Thank you for your testimony. Colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. Before we start, let me ask you, you spoke about your online goal with processing renewals?
Yes.
And you said that that's one of the goals that you were challenged with meeting this fiscal year?
Yes, Senator.
But you didn't really get into the whys. So
Well-
why are you experiencing challenges with meeting your online goal? First of all, what is the online goal, and why are you experiencing challenges there?
The challenge is because of our plates. Everyone has to have a new plate, the emancipation plate. So the customers have to come in to pick up the plate, so they just come in to register, as opposed to going online and then have to come to pick up the plate. But that it ended last week, where you could go back to doing online. There's hardly any more plates that we have to issue.
So for the most part, you have issued all of the new license plates?
For the most part.
So you expect to see, because of that, you expect to see a ramping up of the online registrations?
Yes, Senator. So our goal was to have 25% of our registration be done online, and we're not realizing that.
What are you realizing?
Now it's nearing 10%.
Wow.
Yeah, significantly.
Okay. So how are you marketing that, you can register online?
We have our website primarily. As a matter of fact, we just hired someone, a PIO, that has a very extensive, ambitious campaign that we're about to launch in September. So prior to that, it was really dormant. We basically would tell people, or we have it on our website, in the offices. It wasn't like a big public information push like we did in the beginning.
Okay,
so that
so-
could contribute to some of that as well.
Okay, so that I think that has a lot to do with why we haven't seen the ramping up, more so than the fact that you have to still pick up your license plates, because people want convenience. There's no debating there. So you're saying that in the next ensuing weeks, months, we should see a ramping up of the marketing of, the what's happening at BMV, and the fact that our community can now come out, or can now go online to register their vehicles.
Yes, Senator.
And how does that work for new driver's license, or reing up your driver's license?
Renew your driver's license, you can do that online as well.
You can do that as well.
Yeah, you just
Okay.
renew well, we will have all your required documents, and you just come and pick it up.
So what's the process? The process is you do it online, and then once it's done, then you can go and go
pick
to
it
the
up at the
office
front
and
desk.
you have to still take your picture. No?
No, unless you don't like your picture.
Okay.
And if you're satisfied with your picture, fine. We just print another one and you just pick it up.
Okay, got it. All right. And then, so you have a portion of your budget is funded by the motor vehicle fund, correct?
Yes.
So I'm noting that in the budget book that was sent down on page, it looks like it's page 29 of the budget book, that the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund is reflecting $158,000 in the red, but I'm further not seeing any revenues collected for FY24. So do you keep a GL, or is there a reconciliation that you keep in your office around the motor vehicle fund?
So how the BMV fund works, Senator, is the monies is transferred from the Transportation Trust Fund into the BMV fund. We don't collect into the fund.
Okay,
We collect into the Transportation Trust Fund, and then it's transferred into the BMV fund.
Okay, so this is what I'm seeing. So what I'm seeing is that, and I will have to check with the Commissioner of Finance, but right now you're operating in the red because the revenues for 24 that you're spending has not been transferred.
Yeah.
So that's what it is. So is your fiscal people seeing that as well?
Yes.
Put your name on the record again.
Yes.
So you are seeing that the funds have not been transferred into the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund
Yes.
while we have budgeted, what is it? This saying 335,434. It's probably more money than that. What's your budget in the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund for fiscal year 24?
For fiscal year 24,
So I'm not seeing that up. It looks like it's, I don't know the amount. It's $1 million,
$1 million.
right? It's
Yeah.
$1
it's
million.
$1 million for BMV.
Correct. So we're not
Yes.
seeing that million. And then I'm also seeing that
Right here.
in the prior fiscal year. So these funds are available to you until expended, or they're just available within the fiscal year?
But the BMV fund is within the fiscal year.
Okay, so that's mean so the ending balance, whatever is left over in that year, should be rolling over, correct?
No.
So it don't
It's
roll
not,
over.
it doesn't roll over, no.
So it don't roll over, because I'm seeing. Have you all looked at the general ledger report for this fund? Because they are rolling it over. Yeah, they are actually rolling it over from the one fiscal year to the next, and then they're doing the revenues to the new fiscal year. It's actually rolling. This year it rolled. You had 300 based on the report, of course, but you will have to verify what your reconciliation says based on the GL. It says that in fiscal year 23, you had 335,435 left, and that rolled to 24. And that's basically what you're hanging on because the revenues for 24 has not been updated in the system to date. You seeing that? So when you go in the system and you process your transactions now against the motor vehicle fund, what are you seeing?
Well, actually, that fund is used for personnel only. So I actually have not seen that on my end.
So who's reconciling it in your office, though? There must be some reconciliation because once monies are hit it, even if we process in personnel against it, there must be some checks and balances to determine whether or not we are overspending in that account. No?
Right.
So all of it is tied to personnel?
Yes, it all is.
So we're not checking? We have to check, even if because at the end of the day, once it's transferred to the motor vehicle fund, it becomes your responsibility, because it says that it's upon the certification of the director of motor vehicle. So if y'all are not checking and reconciling this account, it's important to do that, because if we're hitting the account with personnel, it goes back to our concern, Senator DeGraff, the structural deficit. The money has to be transferred. So it hasn't been transferred based on this report from, I'm going to ask the post editor to please get today from the Commissioner of Finance, the General Ledger report for the Bureau of Motor Vehicle, an updated report so we can understand what's happening here. Okay? But still, y'all have to check. All right? Okay?
Yes.
Yeah. No, we're just saying in our flex report, we
It's
saw it as
shown.
a transfer into our flex report.
Yeah, we're not seeing it here, but
Yeah.
like I said, this budget book came down in May. It may have been transferred since then.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
just need
okay.
updated information so we could verify it, because right now the fund is showing that you're operating in the red. It showed that to date you have, and at that time, of course, you had expenses, and you're operating in the red. So we just need to make sure that we're seeing the transfers that's being done into these accounts as we appropriate those funds. Okay? All right. So, Senator Blyden,
Morning.
you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning to my colleagues, the listening, viewing audiences, Central Staff. Good morning, Director McIntosh,
Morning.
and your leadership team there. We can thank you so much for your testimony. Before I begin, I want to say I must give kudos to the Department of DMV in respect to your customer service and streamlining your processes. It has improved tremendously, and it continues to improve, and I really appreciate it. I pass through there on occasions and observe and listen to the customers, and they are quite satisfied. So congratulations to you and your team.
Thank you.
Now, let me ask you in respect to your budget, on page 5 of the Post Editor's report, under supplies, under operating supplies, there have been a constant decrease. In 23 was $1 million. 24 to date, as of March, was 449,000, and you're requesting 602,000 for 25. Is there a reason for that decrease? And when it comes to these operating supplies and your operations, what makes up that difference? Page 5.
That says supplies or operating supplies? Okay.
Operating supplies. Operating supplies.
I'll let Miss Lloyd answer.
Yes, that is for the expenses for the license plate.
I understand that, but I'm asking, there's a difference of some $600,000. So, you do not need that much money for the license plates, basically.
We do. What happened was the license plate, we also had used the VI Historical Fund, so that's where some of the funding had came from. So that's why it's a little less.
Oh, okay. Understood. Thank you for that explanation. Let's go to page 9. In respect to local grants, and you got a grant from the Office of Management and Budget, the American Rescue Plan, award for 402,278, but there's a balance of 208,716 left, and it expired in June. What happens to those funds? What did you use those funds for, and what happens to the balance of those funds, the $208,000? What will be done with the balance?
Senator, the grant was extended past that's June 30th, 2024. So when this was done, it was that was the ending period at that time.
Yes, it's now extended
To when?
to June 30th, 2025.
Okay. And the balance, go ahead, Senator.
And what are the funds going to be used for?
The balance of the funds are going to be used for personnel services. We have three, but 2 personnel services and 1 for the CDL program on that fund.
And the next grant for 78,562, which none has been expended to date. That was that expired in 25. What is that fund going to be used for?
That's the paper reduction.
That's the that was the paper reduction initiative grant that we spoke about, but that amount has increased since then. It's now 182,000, and that also will expire in 25.
Okay, very well. Under your professional service contract, on page 10 or 15, Omni System Inc., their contract expired this month, the 26th, for $165,000. Were those funds expended, and what were they used for?
It was for our BMV database, a Bureau of Motor Vehicle database, and our cyber security protection apparatus, as I will call it, and maintenance. That's what it's for.
And what were all of those funds utilized?
Yes, sir.
Because you have many other on the listing, but it does not show how much was expended to date, etc. Through the chair, if we can get an information, I would really appreciate that. In your testimony, you spoke to your revenues, right? And you mentioned
1 minute.
some increase in your revenues of some $600,000+. What's driving that increase, which is a good thing? Have you done an analysis to see why you have such an increase of $600,000?
The increases as a result. The increases as a result of the purchase, the sale of the new license plate, and we have a slight increase in motor vehicle registration. I mean, new motor vehicles into the territory from last year.
30 seconds.
And let me ask you, you spoke in your testimony overtime. I know this fiscal year, you had overtime because you did the bill that was passed with individual when it comes to new ID and driver's license for non-documented, but those that are not citizens of the territory, but there was an opportunity for them to come in and get a driver's license and or ID, and you did that on the weekends. Number one, how is the program going? And number two, where is those overtime dollars coming from? And number three, what type of increase in revenues do you anticipate as a result of this piece of legislation?
The
Time.
Go ahead.
You may,
Okay.
Madam Chair, you may proceed on the chair's side.
So the overtime is $17,000 because we decided to open the Saturdays in June and July to decrease the overflow or the excess amount of persons that we anticipate coming to the Bureau once the program started. The monies came from some of the savings that we had from either personnel that was not hired early or personnel that, on time, or personnel that left. That's where that came from. Also, we anticipate that we are going to, over time, because we've seen some almost 1,400 persons, right, during the 2 months. So over time, we expect that we'll probably see maybe about 4,000 or 5,000. We have ended that. The program is now, the initiative is now everyone has to go online and make an appointment and come to the office and be seen during the general population. I must say, Senator, I'm glad that we did that because it significantly reduced the amount of persons who would have ordinarily been seen in the office.
And what type of revenues are we speaking to in terms of as a result of this piece of legislation? Do you anticipate receiving for the Bureau?
You know, I have that, but not with me. I do have it in a bunch of
That's pretty important.
bunch of
for budget
stuff
hearing.
that
It
I
would be
have.
nice to
Yeah,
have
but we do have it. I'll get it to you.
Please.
Yes. I will
Thank
do
you for your responses.
Mhm.
And Madam Chair, thank you so much for the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blyden. So let's go back to the IDs for the undocumented, the legislation that we passed. So just walk us through quickly. And this is not necessarily for us, but it's for the public. Walk us through what's the process and who qualify to receive these licenses and what, not licenses, IDs rather, and what IDs are being issued.
The limited purpose driver's license and ID cards, as it is called by law, is for everyone. It doesn't really target a population. Means that anyone living in the Virgin Islands, regardless of your status, can get a driver's license, not for traveling. However, if you're undocumented, it is only for 3 years. And the process is that you have to show your proof of who you are. It is a passport from your country that we can identify. We have the means in the office to do that now. And proof of physical address where you live and proof that you're in the Virgin Islands for at least 180 days. That's that process. If you're a United States citizen, green card holder, or otherwise, other than undocumented, then you meet the same criteria, except that it's for 5 years. That's the difference.
Okay, so the limited purpose driver's license for individuals whose paperwork is in the process.
Yes.
What is their process? It's 3 years as well.
Theirs is 3 years.
So
Everyone else is 5.
So theirs is 3 years. Proof of who you are is their
Passport as a primary. And if you don't have a passport, then it's a national ID card from your country and another document. It could be your birth certificate with a race seal, as long as it's translated in English. There's a list of other things that we had asked for.
And how do you verify that an individual has been here for 180 days?
Either the stamp in their passport, if they have the old one with them, their job, if they have children that were born here, they may have gone to the hospital, could have gotten those records, a doctor, something, a notable record to show that they were indeed here.
And if the passport is expired?
Then you will not be able to get 2 years, up to 2 years. Anything over 2 years, you will not be able to get the card.
So they can't use an expired passport that's beyond 2 years?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. All right. Okay. Very quickly, the license plate fund. How are y'all utilizing those funds? Because I'm seeing that we have some personnel against it.
No personnel.
Okay, so
all of it is for the plates. We use the money to buy plates.
Yeah, I'm seeing that in the post-audit report. I'm not sure. That's why I brought it up. So page 3 of 15, post-audit report. I'm seeing, tell us, walk us through that. I need to understand how they personalize. You know what? Yeah, it's 2 license plate funds you have?
Yeah, so the historical fund was where we were putting $15 for the year, for that first year, into the fund to pay for the plates. We wanted to do that so that we could have the monies readily available to us instead of having to come back to wait for an appropriation.
Okay.
So that's why we use that fund.
Okay, so the personalized license plate is a different account.
It's a different
Yes.
fund. It's called personalized license plate standard. I don't know why. I guess that's what it was meant for years ago.
Yeah.
But it's not really license plate only. That's our operating fund.
Okay, so let me speak into the mic. So I'm looking at the personalized license plate fund was created pursuant to Title 33, Chapter 111, Section 3065 of the Virgin Islands Code. And it says as monies collected from the sale of license plates shall be deposited into the fund and shall be appropriated. Naturally, if it says shall be appropriated, the legislature has to appropriate it. It says that the Commissioner of Finance shall disburse 50% of the fund upon the certification of the Director of the Bureau of Motor Vehicle, and the remaining 50% shall be deposited into the general fund. So what I'm trying to understand is, how are you utilizing, I want to be clear on it, how are you using the personalized, what was set aside in fiscal year 24, and how are you using those funds? Because when I look here, I'm seeing that, are we pulling this information right out of the budget book? Okay? I don't know if you guys had an opportunity to look at it, but it's showing that there is personnel, associated fringe benefits, some supplies, other services, and utilities that's being charged to this account. And I saw it in fiscal year 23, moving to 24. And so the recommendation for 25 looks a little different. It doesn't have any personnel against it. So have y'all looked at that? Is there personnel being
Yes.
charged to this account? Because it's
Yes.
showing that.
Yes.
In 25 or 24?
No, 24 is 2 personnel.
Okay, so why?
Because,
Okay, tell us, help us to understand.
okay, it's 2 personnel that's still on the PLP fund, the personal license plate fund, because we don't have enough in the general fund and the BMV fund. But for fiscal year 25, we are going to move those 2 personnel to the general fund. So the PLP fund could be all used for the operating expenses of the BMV.
So y'all process a what do you call them? PRFs against a personal license plate fund?
Yes.
And where did you have the authorization to do that?
Senator, that's when I came to the BMV from the beginning of time, that's how they were doing it. That's why we now move, over time, we moved everybody off of the fund. So 25, there's nobody on the fund. Matter of fact, they were there for last fiscal year, yeah.
Okay.
In the request.
What are the employees that you have against the personalized license plate fund?
The positions?
Correct.
What's the position?
Simonia Michelle, the positions on the PLP fund are customer service representatives.
Customer service reps? And what's their salaries?
The current salary is $39,000. One second. It's $39,347.38.
347.38. And do you have the associated fringe amounts?
Simonia Michelle, fringe benefits amount is $53,000.
In the mic.
$53,959.
Oh, in total, right? That's total. So it's 39, 347 twice.
That's
And then-
correct.
Okay.
Yes.
53,000? That seems like a high number. Because it's what, 40, 80? So it's about 80,000 for the, 80,000 for the personnel services, and give me that number again. 53 what?
$53,959.
Times 80. 959. That's like 67%. That number is high. So we're gonna have to revisit that. Okay, that number is a little higher than what we should be seeing. So, Director McIntosh.
Yes, Senator.
So is it your testimony today that your personal services is increased? Because we're seeing an increase in your personal services this fiscal year. Recommendation. FY24. So I don't even know. The recommendation for your personnel is increased by some 238. So you're saying that these amounts are moving into your regular general fund?
Yes, Senator.
So we should see these positions moving off of the license plate fund.
Yes, Senator.
All right. But let me go back. So how much money did you generate in the license plate fund in fiscal year 24 or 23? And how much was actually set aside for your use?
For 24?
Let's look at 24. I only seen, y'all are spending more money than you're generating, based on this information that's in front of us. It's $1 million, right? How much will come over? How much comes over? That's what I'm trying to figure out here.
On the PLP fund, whatever is left, whatever is not spent or requested by us comes over to the next fiscal year.
But in fiscal year 24, how much, what's on the system for your use?
Oh, okay.
Because it seems as if one of the things that it appears as if we have not been appropriating this money, correct?
No.
That's the issue. It says here in the law, monies collected from the state shall be deposited into the fund and shall be appropriated. So we have not been appropriating this money, so we don't really have a handle on this. Mr. Post Auditor, we need to get the GL account on the personalized license plate fund so we could understand what's going into that fund clearly. And yeah, we've seen revenues coming into the fund, but the expenditures seem like they are outweighing the revenues that's coming in, because in fiscal year 23, we're seeing some actuals of $2 million. And in 24, based on the budget book that was shared with us, you've already expended $1.8 million. Yeah, so I don't know if you expend it or that's what's been set aside in the system as in the different prime accounts. So we need to see what's going on with this account, because this account seems to be overspent. All right, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Okay, so you said you have, how many unionized personnel you have?
Michelle?
Simonia Michelle. Currently, we have 47 unionized employees. 48.
48. And your total number is 64 people, you said?
That is correct, Senator.
Okay, so those 48 were who received wage increases?
That is correct, Senator.
In 24 or 23?
24 and 23.
Okay, so and they receive all the retro, everybody, full 48. Okay, so any of the exempt employees receive wage increases?
No, Senator. No employees receive wage increases.
Okay. Okay, because you have a copy of the post auditor's report, correct? I was looking at page 4, where it says, no, page 3. It says personnel services and fringe general fund, excuse me, come to 3,656,910. That's accurate. That's basically what you're asking, right? For the personnel.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the same 25 request on page 4 in expenditures, classified employee salary 2,497,301.63. Unclassified employees 507,000 comes to 3,403,01.63. We missing personnel, or I know it's 3 vacancies for expenditures for 25. You have classified and unclassified, total 64 people. You came to 3,000,006 is what you had for personnel. Personnel and fringe. So this classified and unclassified, okay, so then this is personnel alone without fringe on page 4?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay. So then the fringe should make up the difference for, you say, okay, because I was thinking along the lines of what Madam Chair was asking in regards to the 2 people that you brought over. Now, the 2 people that you're bringing over from that other fund, where the 53 fringe and the 39 twice, still would bring you into the 3,000,006, or would take you over?
Yeah.
No, it will bring us into, it won't take us over.
Okay, so if I add the fringe from the 3,004,301, and then add these other 2 individuals, it'll get me to 3,006.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I check it. Okay, personnel covered. Now I've seen some rent of the property in Tutu, where it in the 25 say that the rent is what 71,000 and something. What are you paying for rent out to?
77,142.
77,142. In the post audit report for 24, they had the rent at 66 something. The rent was increased?
Yes.
Okay, but they say the term is from January 1, 24, July 1, 21 to June 30, 26. So how do you increase it between that time frame?
In the lease, it was a stipulation in the lease.
Oh, it's decided? Okay.
Yeah.
So will there be another increase in
Yeah.
26
Yes.
also?
Yes.
Okay, so 25 covers the difference. Okay, good. We on top of that. Now for the structures down sub-base.
1 minute.
You paying anything for those structures?
No, we're not.
Okay, so and we own that.
Yes.
Okay, good. Now the real ID. Now I was told I've been traveling and using my older real ID. It don't swipe. I understand you have the new ID update, so they do swipe now.
Yes, Senator.
Okay, so can people come in to change the ID?
Yes, they can.
Would it be a cost to them?
No, Senator.
Okay, so you either have the time to when you're due to come in to change it, or just come ahead and change
Or
it.
just come in and change.
Okay, good. I think I'll take advantage of that.
30 seconds.
You know, in going to Lieutenant Governor office to pay my taxes, you know, in different places, I too have to echo your customer service at BMV. I think was excellent. Now, I don't want to say it was because I'm a senator, I was getting first class treatment, because I went through the process, and I went out and had lunch. And my phone was buzzing, and I get more calls from BMV while I'm having lunch to come. You got 30 seconds, it right down to, so I appreciate that. The customer service, I think, was excellent. That's one
Time.
factor to mainly work on besides that. Now, in closing the transportation trust fund, have you been receiving it at all?
We don't receive it.
Okay, so it goes into the fund that you say. So you've been utilizing the. It was one of, before you go. It was one of my points that Madam Chair mentioned, because you get you're asking for 3.6 million from the general fund. Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund, you're asking for 1 million. That comes from the Transportation Trust Fund.
Yes.
And then you're asking for the personalized license plate that she was mentioning, 1.4 million.
Yes, Senator.
And so your actuals in closing for 24. What are your actuals for 24? Personal, fringe, supplies, other services and charge. So you are saying that you have been receiving that money, even though I guess it hasn't been showing up on the book. So we have to find that, so we make sure BMV is, getting what they deserve.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so just to close out, I'd just like to get an actual personal fringe for your expenditures, the ending of 24. What's the latest you have?
For each?
Yes, personal fringe,
Okay.
supplies. Yeah.
For 24?
24. This final quarter, what's the latest numbers you have for me?
Okay. Okay, for the general fund, the actual as of June 30th is $1,109,532. That's the personnel.
Personnel, okay. Fringe,
Actually, I'm sorry, that was the French amount.
That
The
was French.
personnel is
Okay.
$1,465,115.25.
okay.
Okay.
Supplies,
And for supplies,
Yeah.
my time was called, Madam
for
Chair. Just closing this
supplies,
last
the
one.
total as of June 30th is $658,834.01.
Okay. Utilities, how much come out for utilities?
Utilities, as of June 30th, is $283,919.14.
And other services and charges?
Other services at $827,296.81.
Wait, say that one again for me, please.
$827,296.81.
And you don't have no capital outlay, right? For 24? No, 24 you had capital outlay.
Yeah, we did have
You did.
capital,
How
yes.
have you, yes. What
It's-
was that for?
The capital was for ACs for the St. Croix location in St. Thomas. You just want the numbers?
Yes,
Okay,
correct.
it's $126,047.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So I think the time has come for us to really clearly understand how the BMV's budget is laid out. It's a little confusing, and it really don't have to be. So you have several funds that make up your budget, right? So there's a straight amount that comes directly from the general fund, okay, right?
Yes.
So that amount is in fiscal year 24 was around 3.3 million. And those funds covered personnel and associated fringe benefits. Help me to walk this through, okay? Because we need to clean this up. I think you all will agree with me on that.
Yes.
Okay, so fringe and personnel against the general fund proper, correct?
Yes.
Good. how many vacant positions, how many positions do you have against that particular fund, which is a general fund for 24? And how many are you proposing for 25? Let's start there. I'm going to ask Senator James to bear with me a little bit as I walk through this, because as I'm sitting here, as the questions are asked, it's becoming a little cloudy for me. You have that?
Yeah.
Okay, so talk to me.
Simonia Michelle. Currently, we have 45 employees on the general fund for 24, 14 on the BMV fund, and 2 on the
No. Don't go ahead of me. That's what I say. Walk me through this. Okay. The general fund has 45 employees, right?
Yes, that's correct, Senator.
And how many? They have 45 positions or employees?
Employees currently.
Okay. Do you have any vacancies against that fund?
Yes, we do.
How much?
3 of them.
3 vacancies. So actually, you have 48 positions against the general fund.
That is correct, Senator.
48 positions. All right. And fiscal year 25, propose. Tell me.
52 employees.
52. That's 3 extra. And I only tell us about 2.
Yes, that is 3 extra because 2 of the employees from the BMV fund will be transferred over.
PLP.
5 and 3 is 8.
From the PLP and the
Right.
BMV.
You shared that before, that 2 is going to move over, but there's an extra 1 because you said 52.
52 is short.
Right?
Yes.
That's actually 4. So where the other 2 coming from?
The other 2 will be coming from the BMV fund because they will be moved over to the general fund come
Okay,
FY25.
let's go back. You just shared with me that on the 2024 general fund budget, there are 48 positions, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you're sharing with me now, in your 2025 proposed budget, you have 52 positions on the general fund alone. We're still on the general fund. So that it means that you have 4 additional positions. You have already accounted for 2. Those 2 that's moving over from the, what I call it, PLP. Right, so you have 2 more. What's the 2 more? And where are they coming from? Are they new or are they coming from somewhere else?
Simonia Michelle, no, Senator, they're not new. Currently, they're on the BMV fund. The 2 positions are a facility officer, and the other position is a custodial worker.
Okay, so 2 coming from the BMV fund and 2 coming from the PLP fund.
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, so we need to understand this because as I'm sitting here, I'm having a hard time with this. So you have 4 transfers in FY25 to the general fund. And what is the reason? Let me pull this up. Why are you moving 2 people from the BMV fund to the general fund? What's the justification for that?
Because it would have, Senator, based on the calculation, it was determined that they probably, with the increases and pending increases, they would have been over the $1 million. So it was recommended that we move them now to the general fund.
Well, so are we doing is switching things around? The challenge that we have, and I've said it to just about everybody that came here for their budget to defend their budget, is we are seeing, based on the information that came to us, we are seeing a reduction in the projected revenues. So I'm not sure why we would move items off of the general fund, off of these other funds to the general fund. So you do have personnel on the BMV fund, other personnel.
Yes.
So this decision is as a result of salary increases.
Yes, Senator.
Okay. So what I'm going to need to get from y'all is an updated listing of your personnel that's associated with the general fund and the associated fringe benefits that aligns with that. We good?
Yeah.
Yeah, they are totally off.
Wait, you gotta let me finish this thought, because I gotta get through this. Okay, we good?
Yes, Senator.
Okay, good. Now, how many, so on the general fund, there is no other activity other than personnel and fringe benefits.
That's correct.
Good. I'm seeing your Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund now, and that's the one where $1 million is appropriated annually.
Yes,
correct? And on that, there's associated personal services, fringe benefits, and I'm seeing for 25, there's a recommendation for supplies.
Yes.
Yes, Senator.
In FY24, there are no supplies. Is that correct?
Correct.
correct.
Good. All right. So the reason we're only though seeing a $30,000. What it is 30, 651, 631, 52. That's 20 something. $20,000 decrease in the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund. So we also going to need to get from you, and when you send it, you have to send it separately so we could clearly understand. The personnel services, we need to see the updated personnel positions that's associated with the Bureau of Motor Vehicle Fund, as well as the associated fringe benefits. How many positions are against the Motor Vehicle Fund?
Simonia Michelle, currently we have 14 employees on the BMV fund.
BMV Fund. Okay, so you have 14. And in what year? What year are we on? What year are we talking about? 24.
24.
24, you have 14 employees.
That's correct.
14
Senator.
positions or 14 employees?
14 positions.
Okay, you have 14 positions, and are they all filled?
That's correct, Senator.
So all of your BMV Fund positions are filled.
That's correct, Senator.
You have no vacancies.
That's correct.
All right, good. Let's try and understand it. Bear with me. FY25. Talk to me.
25,
Same
we
thing.
have 25, we have 12.
So you have 12 because you're moving
In-
2.
That's correct,
Okay,
Senator.
good. 12 positions. And all of them remain filled in 25.
That is correct, Senator.
Send me the updated personnel listing. Okay?
Okay.
Now we're moving on to the license plate fund. And I think you gave us the update on that one where you're moving the personnel that's on the PLP to the general fund. So we clear on that. So once that is done, PLP will not have any personnel listed in FY24-5.
That's correct.
Good. You have associated supplies against that. You have other services and charges.
Yes.
And you have utilities. And this is, I'm only speaking to 2024.
Yes.
And you have, there were no capital projects. However, in FY25 recommendation, you have supplies of 614,000.
Yes.
You have 666,000. Wait, my eyes are playing tricks on me. In other services, your utilities has been reduced significantly. So you have to tell me how you're paying your utilities. And is it utilities? Oh. Your utilities, yes, it is utilities. And then you have 18,000 in capital outlay that you're projecting for 25. We on the same page?
Yes.
All right, so that brings it to $1.4 million. What we're going to need to get from you, because it appears to me, I guess that's what it is, that your operating expenses are tied to the license plate fund.
Yes.
And you only have personnel against the general fund and the motor vehicle fund. Okay, good. Now, what we need to get from you clearly is, because we have something here saying single pay, and I'm not sure what all of that is. We need to get from you clearly what is your utility expenses for fiscal year 20 to date and your projections out to September. So you could send that back to us.
Okay.
Okay? And then we're going to need to get from you where are you paying your utility expenses, especially now that we're seeing, and it might be that your utility expenses have been, we've over budgeted for it, because in fiscal year 25, 3, the actuals was 125,000. In 25, we budgeted 290, and in 24 we budgeted 290, and in 25 the projection is 102. So we need to get back from you. We need clear clarification.
Okay.
We got to map this out. Okay? Good?
Yes.
All right. Yeah, I think once we map it out, we're good. Once we map it out, I think that's primarily a concern here. I don't see anything else. Is there any other fund that I missed?
No.
Good. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so we're going to go back to it again. 64 total people. 52 and 12 is 64. 3 vacancies makes it 61 or 67? Total.
64.
64 total. 3 of the 64 is vacancies. 61.
Yes.
48 unionized employees. Well, I was going between, but based on the numbers I'm asking for, 25. I asked, you said, no, in 24, USW received wage increases.
Yes.
48 employees. Correct.
That's correct, Senator.
All in the general fund.
No. All
No.
of them are not on the general fund.
Okay. So, okay, but back to the original 64. 64. They would have to be in the general fund for your acts. No?
What's the question again?
Okay. Let me just go through 64 total. 3 vacancies makes it 61. Okay. Correct?
Yes.
So for 25, as you just mentioned to Madam Chair, you mentioned 52 is the number you mentioned. Where she got, you said 45 you have for 24, 45, and how much vacancies was it? 24, you mentioned 45.
24, it's 48 on the general fund.
All unionized employees.
Yes, and 3 vacancies.
Right. But she's saying that's what I got in the beginning. 48 unionized employees covered by the wage increases that they get in 24. They're all a part of the personnel. 48.
We have some exempt position.
But that's not.
Okay. No, what I'm saying is just based on how the numbers are, you're basically asking for the personnel and fringe. And I want to make sure what you're transferring around, we getting that I understand too. But I'm only seeing with that 48 in 24, it leaves, so 61 personnel is what you actually have.
64.
That's correct, Senator.
So 48 and 12, which in the 25 you had from 14, you transfer 2 over, you have 12. So that would make the 48 50.
52.
No, 50.
Senator, let me clear this up again.
Yeah.
There are 4 positions that's being transferred to the general fund. 2 from the PLP and 2 from the BMV.
Okay.
That makes it 4 additional positions. They're asking to have hit the general fund, which will make the 25 number 52 positions.
But not unionized.
Not
I don't know
all
whether
unionized.
No, because that's how it's broken down on page 4 of the
Right, but they just
post-audited
clarify
report.
that.
Right, so
all
that's
of
why I
that.
want to make sure which side they're on, the unclassified or classified, unionized.
Well,
or
that's
not.
why we asked them to
Right.
send back
Okay,
the
and that'd be fine.
updated personnel listings. So any confusion that we have, we could get cleared up.
Okay, that'd be
Good?
fine. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so 2 moving from each one of these funds.
Yes.
That's it. So I needed to clear it up myself. I am absolutely clear now. The only thing that remains that's unclear for now is exactly how much you are budgeting for your utility. Do you have any information on your utility expenses? Let me go to Senator, I'm seeing Senator Carrion. So Senator Carrion is a committee member. Thank you for being here. And I'm also seeing Mr. President, Vice Chair of this committee, Senator Novali Francis Jr. Good morning to both of you. We're going to go to Senator James while you look for your utility information. Okay, Senator James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. And let me just say that it was important for us to clear up the numbers with BMV because it was a little fuzzy for us, but I'm very clear on it now. Senator James, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, testifiers, for being here. To the leadership of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, it is very obvious that we have a large population of military veterans. We have the license plate fund. And I would just like to know from you, what are the various license plates you have for military veterans? And do you have data to support your collections and strategy to make sure we cater to that population?
Senator James, we do have the data, not here with us. We can always forward it back to you. We have a plate that is earmarked for veterans. That's issued by the Veterans Affairs, Department of Veterans Affairs. If you see those plates, it says V with all the different flags for different military branches. And we also have the decal, the disabled person's decal is now on the plate if one chooses to have that. And it's also on the license plate. If you are disabled, it will be on your driver's license as well.
I'm just looking as we speak about a budget increase in revenues. Of course, we're not here to strong arm our military veterans, but one thing I know about military veterans, they do have pride, and it's a possible revenue source once we continue to market and strategically enhance it. And my question to you is, how often do you revise or update the military veterans license plate?
We don't manage that process. It's done by the Veterans Affairs, whatever design that they want. And I know this was done during the last 4 years or so, that the plate was changed from the previous version.
Okay, thank you for placing that on the record. And I would like for you to submit to the chair the data that supports revenue collections, specifically for the license plate funds for our military veterans.
Senator, if I must say to you now that the veterans don't pay for the plates. It's free.
It's free?
They're not charged for the plate.
Okay, stand corrected. And so the funding source is covered by
Veterans Affairs.
By the Bureau?
By the Veterans Affairs.
By the Office of Veteran Affairs. Mm-hmm. So what I would do is, hopefully, if you can send us that information, that way we have an idea, because once we know the cost, the average cost to print a license plate, and then we multiply by the amount of individuals who are registered with the Office of Veterans Affairs, we can have an idea of how much is spent there. But thank you for placing that on the record. I also learned something new. And as far as your top priorities for FY 2025, stand corrected, your top priorities for FY 2025, how do they align with your overall goal for increasing revenues or cost savings, if any?
The paperwork reduction initiative is basically one of our top priorities. And as well as the CDL program. So we've spent a considerable amount of money every year, upwards to a little over $200,000 for paper that we just throw away. It might seem insignificant, but associated with that is the length of time it takes for an employee to either assist a customer in actually filling out the paperwork. So I put a cost to that. And
So there's a cost saving of $200,000.
just thereabouts, yes.
Okay, and then my follow-up question to you, as far as cybersecurity, I know we have the Real ID Act, and I want to say I had an experience which was great at DMV when it came to renew my driver's license, which was just the other day because I made birthday. But as far as your cybersecurity, are you receiving funding? Do you have any source of funding to help with cybersecurity, knowing that you're going to be handling all this data? Is there anything in the FY 2025 budget?
We did that in FY23. We had a grant from the Department of Homeland Security through VITEMA, and we addressed that in 23. We have basically addressed any areas that were identified, and most of that is done through the Bureau of Information Technology.
So there's no need for funding for cybersecurity. You're okay.
We're okay for now, yes, for 25. We probably revisit it again in 26 or 27, but 25, we're fine.
Okay, and as we speak about the streamlining of the process, I witnessed it firsthand how you were able to streamline the process with your team. But for us, do you have data to support the success of this process being digitized and the investment that we place in streamlining the process over the years? Do you have any study on that to make sure that
30 seconds
changes and there's a transition that we leave a blueprint in place to make sure that there's continuity and further studies?
We measure that through our key performance indicators.
Okay. All right. And as far as the overall amount of investment went into IT throughout the years, do you have that? Because I'm trying to put something together as far as our budget. I need to make sure that you have enough maintenance, coverage of funding to maintain all these digital platforms and softwares you'll be utilizing at DMV. Do you have that factored in the FY 2025 budget?
Yes, Senator. Yes, we do.
All right, you seem to have everything down packed. So
time.
I look forward to seeing greatness from DMV, and I must admit, when it comes to digitizing government, I give DMV an A+. Continue the great work that you're doing. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator James. Just going back quickly to Senator James's question around the paper and the amounts that we spend on paper. Have you actually, in your digitizing of the agency, have you considered having folks, when they come into the DMV, utilizing tablets to fill out the online applications, and you go from there instead of having to deal with all this paper? I think it would serve you better to kind of align it in that way, where you have, tablets, people sit, fill out the information. Of course, those that can, and they get in line as per the way they submit their documentation via the tablet. Have you given any consideration to something like that?
Yes, Senator. So we looked at two things. Exactly what you just said was to have someone with a tablet, which means we have to have someone to do that. That's a body that we're going to use to do that, because everyone is not able to use a tablet. But what we thought would have been best for you not to even use a tablet or complete an application, period. So that's what the digitization of the paperwork is supposed to do. So the concept is, when you come to the BMV, we have your data already. Mm-hmm. And the information that you're actually putting on the form is on either your driver's license or whatever ID you're going to give to us. Mm-hmm. So here it is that we are putting your information on a form, then taking that form, the current process, and then type it into the BMV database. As opposed to going to your record, right? You go to Donna Fred Gregory. In the database currently, we have all our forms located there. Once you press on the form that we want, it will populate your information. So there's no form. And then we have the little signature pad that you sign, as you sign now for your driver's license. You just sign on the pad. It will drop it into the signature field on the form, saved in your record, and you don't have to fill out a form. Because we actually, after 3-4 years, we pay someone to shred those forms. So that's why we chose that process, as opposed to somebody being up front with a tablet filling out the form.
Okay, so I looked at it a little different. I agree with what you just said, but when I asked the question, there wasn't an expectation that you have a body from your staff filling out a tablet. I'm thinking more from the perspective of the clients coming in, you handing them the tablets, and they doing the work on the tablet themselves, hitting the send, and then we move on. And then if they need assistance, then you would have someone assist them. That was my thought process, but what you're saying works as well.
Okay.
Okay? All right, Senator, I'm not sure who came in the chambers, the committee room first. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Good morning to you. Good morning to my colleagues that are here present. Good morning to the viewing listening audience and the staff from BMV. Director, good morning.
Good morning, Senator.
Good. I must join my colleagues in commending you and your team for the work you all have done in really improving the quality of service within BNV. The waiting time has been reduced. You guys are at the forefront when it comes to digitalization and providing those online services. So I really hope that other departments and agencies will follow suit, and you guys could continue to lead as an example. And hopefully, I guess also with the measure that we just passed recently with my bill about the IDEA Act, which is requiring standardization and digitalization, hopefully we'll see that other government agencies will fall along the line also. So thank you for that. Also, since I'm giving thanks, and also thank you for the work your team has been doing in the implementation of the limited purpose driver's license, and coming out on Saturdays and extra time to be able to accommodate those individuals. And just for clarification, it's for every Virgin Islands resident. It's a state territorial type of license identification card, so it's not only limited for people who are in regular status, but it's open to everyone. So just wanted also to make that clear. Eager to hear the numbers of what the projections for FY25 this might bring, and maybe sharing some actuals of what it has provided thus far within revenues. I know you mentioned it's about 1,400 individuals that have taken advantage of the new legislation, the new act granting the state ID and driver's license. Do you have the numbers, or you still don't have the numbers of what this means in terms of revenue for the government?
The revenue so far is $183,013.
$183,000.
$183,13, yeah.
Thank you for that. And not to mention the trickling effect also when it comes to purchasing vehicles, insurance, payments to eye doctor for the medical exam and everything else. So clearly, it's really starting to show some funding moving within our economy. Now, you did mention about the CDL software. What challenges do you anticipate in development and implementation of the CDL software, if any?
Locally, we don't anticipate any challenges. But federally, let me just explain, put it on the record that we're not part of the federal CDL program. That has significantly delayed our implementation. We're still not. By legislation, when it was passed in Congress, it stated it was the 50 states and the District of Columbia. The territories were not included. However, we are included in the inspection program, which they think the agency, FMCSA, thinks that it may have been an oversight because, of course, you can't have an enforcement program. Drivers have to drive, and there should be CDL. So what we were advised to do by the Federal Motor Carrier Administration is that we should go ahead and implement a CDL program anyway, so that by the time reauthorization comes around and they put us into the program, we would have been ahead. And one advantage to us would be if a driver were to leave the Virgin Islands and go to any of the mainland states, all they would have to do is take a test all over again because they would have had already the training. They wouldn't have to go through the entire training again. They would just take a test in whichever state they would go to. So that's where we decided to start doing the implementation.
Okay. Have you had conversations, I mean, no, this is not redirected to budget, but have you had conversations with delegates to Congress regards of inclusion in that regard?
We've had conversation with the delegates. We've had support from the Commercial Vehicle Safety Alliance, which is the organization to which the Office of Highway Safety belongs. We've had conversations with the Office of the Motor Vehicle Administrators.
30 seconds.
And they're the ones who are helping us, along with the governor's office, to try to get us into the legislation.
Beautiful. Any budget challenges that you're concerned about?
No, Senator, I'm not.
Okay. Outstanding payment to vendors, where are we with that? What?
We only have one vendor that we have outstanding payments for, and we are processing is the gentleman or the company that prints our motor vehicle or driver's licenses, our license plates. But everybody else, so far, we've processed the invoices.
Federal funding, do you have any grants that might be in jeopardy?
No, Senator, I don't.
Very well. So regards to your actuals, are you online for FY24 with the budget that you have been given? Do you have any concerns? Are you foreseeing any savings?
No, Senator. No savings, no challenges.
So you'll use up everything?
Yes, Senator.
All right, very well. Thank you, Madam Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. I will now hear from Senator Novalee Francis Jr. You recognize you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the staff, and of course, good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. BMV, Director McIntosh and your staff, good morning, and thank you for your testimony. If I ask a question that was already asked, please forgive me. I'm doing triple duties today. But I want to congratulate you and your progress that you're making in terms of automation. I'm really looking forward to this entire government moving towards automation and digital transformation in the very near future. I think it's a step in the right direction, so that we can continue to drive the issue of accountability. Tell me, in terms of your revenues, are you utilizing telecheck at BMV?
Yes, we are.
Have you seen any, have you experienced return checks in a large volume or anything?
We have received return checks, but not in a large volume.
Okay, and how are you pursuing those return checks? Are you have someone that actually manage the return checks, or you actually make police report and have them conduct the follow-ups?
Normally what would happen, as soon as we contact the customer, they will come in and pay. We've not really have anyone who didn't, because we'll just have to reverse the transaction. So we have never, and plus once we have a check that has been returned, we really don't take a check from that customer anymore. So we won't have that repeat.
Very well. And are you satisfied that the revenues are meeting your projections?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. Tell me, what is happening in terms of vehicles insurance? Are you seeing a lot where, are you having communication with the insurance companies where there are instances where vehicles insurance may have been canceled? Are you notified in a timely fashion on those?
No, we're not notified in a timely fashion because it's being sent to us via mail, regular mail. And a lot of times the customers would probably have gone to another insurance company or not. And we really wouldn't know. We have no other communication. We have no way of knowing whether the customer had other insurance.
Is there a discussion about perhaps trying to automate that process so that they could be a little bit more timely? Because, of course, uninsured vehicles in our road really present some challenges.
Yes, there is discussions with the insurance association, the Virgin Islands Insurance Association.
Okay. In regards to the real ID, I heard you under questioning from one of my colleagues that in fact, no, they're recognizable. Have you tested this? When has it become recognizable, and what was done differently to allow that to occur?
It has been tested by myself, 5 different airports, and my staff, every time we travel, and other people that I know will tell us that it's fine. What has been done differently, TSA, with our insisting meetings and begging and pleading, has included our licenses in their database. Basically, that's the problem. They have to program the license in the database. I know this may not be any consolation to us here in the Virgin Islands, but we're not unique. Most territories are not in, and I was surprised at the last conference we went to a few months ago that there's a state that's not even in there. So from time to time, it's a computer, it's a card. There are some states who are still experiencing problems. So for us to get our 23 and 24 in, we feel really very proud of that. So going forward, we really shouldn't have any problems.
If in fact, on the next time I travel, I'll do a test drive. But if in fact that is occurring, that would be a remarkable improvement and certainly some satisfaction because again, there's no passport required here in the Virgin Islands, so ID and is definitely something that's utilized.
Not to take up your time, Senator, but just to say, you're the 23, 24, and if you're the last 6 months of 22, the issue date, you'll be fine. Anything between 2019, 20, and half of 22, if you are experiencing any issues, you could come back and get one for free. So please look at the expiration date of your license before you travel.
Okay, it'll be important for you to continue to market that so that individuals could be aware of that. Tell me real quickly in regards to there is a fund.
30 seconds.
$6,421 that was made available to BMV for the purpose of motorcycle safety education. Have you received that funding and have you completed that education?
We have received the funding, and no, we haven't done any special education. That is part of our pending marketing plan that I did say earlier that we're going to roll out a new plan in the next maybe 2 months or so.
Okay, it's important that education be done. I know that there have been a number of motorcycle casualties and some fatality as well, so that'll be important for us to get done. Do you have any judgment or litigation against BMV at this time that we should be made aware of?
No, Senator.
And your KPIs, have you had an opportunity to rework your KPIs?
Yes, Senator. All but one, yes.
Okay. And in your KPI, help me to understand, in your KPI, you talk about the percentage of customers who utilize the online system for vehicle registration renewals. You're saying that the actual number at this time is 6%, and it is your intention to try to drive that up to 25%?
The actual number is about 10%, and our goal was 25%.
Okay, so you've fallen a little bit behind on that. What do you believe is the cause of you falling behind on that issue? I'll wrap up right here.
Low marketing plus the issuing of the new license plate. People have to come in to pick up their plate, so they just register while they come into the BMV, as opposed to using the services online.
Would you agree with me, Madam Chair, just one more to wrap up?
You may proceed.
Thank you. Director, would you agree with me that there's a number of unregistered vehicles on our roadway? What is the communication that's being had with the Virgin Islands Police Department in terms of enforcement that will help to drive up our revenues?
There's a significant number of unregistered vehicles. When I pulled this data in June, for June 30th, we have 18,000 unregistered vehicles at a tune of $1.5 million.
What's that number?
18,000, 18. So that was transmitted to the police department. What I try to do is send them an update every month. We send them an update. So in June, it was 2,185 unregistered vehicles. In June. So we send them a spreadsheet that has the name of the person, the VIN number, description of the vehicle, address, everything.
And can you say what that translates to in funding?
1,551,962. That's with registration and inspection.
That could help our hospitals. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you for your line of questioning, Senator Francis Jr. So this 1.551 million, you send this information over to VIPD. What has been the response?
Well, I know in June, what I have seen, especially on St. Croix, when I sent this over, there was a significant increase in enforcement. I've seen that. It could be that this 2,100 persons may be a little lower because people will come in, but this data was already pulled in June. If I go back and pull it again, I'm expecting it to be a little lower than that. But that's what I have seen.
Do you have this information by district?
Yes.
Could you share it with us, please?
Sure.
You have it with you?
No, I have
Oh, you
just the
don't have
general, not by
Oh, you don't
district.
have it broken out. That's what I was
No,
trying to get.
yeah.
So you don't have the broken out number by district.
We have it
You could
in
send
the
it up.
computer that we could send it. Ms. Smith has it.
Okay, if you can pull it up, Ms. Smith, before we leave, I would appreciate that. That's very important information. I see it's very concerning when you have unregistered vehicles, because that is also tied to our inability to solve crimes in the territory. So we have to be very cautious. This needs to be something that we give serious attention to. That's a lot of vehicles. Okay, but you do send the information over, but is there any collaboration, any discussions? Is there anything, once you send this over, I mean, I know you said that you're seeing an increase in compliance in the numbers of those that are unregistered, but
Right. So once they get the information, we depend on them meaning the police department, to do the enforcement. And it could be too that some of these vehicles are just parked up someplace, that the
Right.
person just decided that they're not going to register or cancel their registration. That could be some of it as well. But for the most part, our responsibility is to just pass over the information. And then what we will do, before we send you the information, we'll update again to see if it went down by how
so then let
much.
me ask you this question. Are the vehicles that are registered tied to your driver's license? So, for instance, if I decide not to re-register, because you made a good point, re-register a vehicle that I have because it's not working, let's just say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I purchase a new vehicle, how are you aware that, do you have in your system, can you see that I had a vehicle that I didn't re-register and now I'm bringing a new vehicle?
Yes, I could see
So,
that.
and how are we treating those? How are we treating the fact that we have a vehicle that we had online is no longer registered, we brought in a new vehicle?
We can't, because I guess it's the person's right not to just to park up their vehicle if they choose to. If they decide to come back to register that vehicle, we'll collect our money in late fees, basically.
Yeah, so it's a little bigger than that for me.
Yeah.
Because you know that we are challenged with all these abandoned cars. So that's why I decided to go back to it. So we must come up with a system where if you have a vehicle that you had registered and then you pull it offline and then you put back you have a new registration, then we need to understand what happened with this vehicle. So we need to have a deep dive discussion at a later time as to how do we capture these unregistered vehicles when a new vehicle comes online. They must be able to tell you whether it was sold, where it is, etc. That's something that we need to, because we have to figure out how to close the gap on these unregistered vehicles that we have in the Virgin Islands, because many of them are sitting on the roadside. They park up in the bush. It's a health and safety hazard as well.
So for the abandoned vehicles, the ones that are known, what we would do is, and you will not be able to register any vehicle until you address that abandoned vehicle. That we can do. But if it's not abandoned, we have no mechanism. If it's parked in your yard, we really don't have any other mechanism.
Mm-hmm. So that's something that I think that we need to give some serious thought as to how we could mitigate this issue. Because while it's your yard, if you have a vehicle that you're going to let sit and rot on your property, it is creating a health hazard as well for the community. So, we've been grappling with this unregistered vehicle situation for quite some time. So I think the time is ripe for us to have a deep dive conversation in it. We do have some legislation that we're working on to address this overarching issue, but I never thought about what you just said. So that's something that we need to discuss with you a little further. All right, colleagues. I don't know if we have any burning questions, but Senator DeGraff, let me see if Senator Blyden is still on. Senator Blyden, are you still on with us? He's probably at his meeting. Okay, Senator DeGraff, if you have a quick burning question before we wrap up, please.
Let me see. In regards to the driver's license with veterans plate. Wait, and let me see. I have, in regards to it has a veteran sticker on it. How are you? You have any issues with veterans who are complain about it or not aware of it? How are you marketing to make sure that they're aware of that they got to come back in because I returned, put veteran on my driver's license? You have any campaign going with that to get all the veterans to come and, or is it well, it is a question on your application, so that's basically how you're doing it, or is it something you're asking the veterans to come in who may not have had it done?
The renewals get it. I know the Veterans Affairs Administration, they were marketing it, and we do have it on our website, and we did a short campaign, nothing big, but I know VA, they do it. The Veterans does it.
Okay, and finally, on page 5 of 15 Post Auditor's Report, BMV, you have a debris removal 2000. Is that a typo or not a typo? Is that a oversight or debris removal for what? $2,000, 25 requests.
No, it's a real request.
A debris removal for what?
For we have, like, right now we're going to be trying to move up to the training school facility, and there's a lot of stuff to be removed around the building. So we're going to use it for that.
Wait, which training school?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
In St. Croix, sorry.
Oh, okay, and St. Croix has it. Okay. Once you have the need for it, I just thought it was an oversight. Thank you.
Stuff like that. Because even like where we are, from time to time, we have to move stuff. So.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator, we have the numbers for the unregistered vehicles by island.
Okay. Can you please share it?
Okay. St. Croix is 998. St. John is 148. And St. Thomas is 1,039.
1,039.
Yes, sir.
And there's no, coming from your end, there's no enforcement around that, just for clarification.
What I have seen is some increased enforcement monthly on the street.
All right. Thank you. Senator Francis Jr., do you have a burning question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Director, earlier this week when we had the Virgin Islands Police Department before us for budget, there was a discussion in regards to the relocation of BMV so that they could initiate the demolition and work of Patrick Sweeney headquarters. How are you navigating that relocation?
Well, we have started, first of all, we just signed the lease with Property and Procurement, giving us like an occupancy lease for us to occupy the facility. Occupancy agreements, not a lease. So we have started actually last week to clean up, and we are updating our estimates because we had estimates for our renovation and repair before. So we have started our process. How fast we can move, I really can't tell you, Senator, because we have to wait to go through the process.
Okay, but there is conversation being had between the stakeholders for the relocation purposes and the timeline and everything, so that we don't fall find ourselves afoul of the FEMA requirements.
Correct. I did have a conversation with Acting Commissioner Brooks, and prior to that was Commissioner Martinez. They did contact me.
Okay. And how is the morale of your employees at BMV at this time?
Morale, Senator, is relative. So the employees that I speak to, there are some employees that have concerns that we try to address individually. But I believe that overall, that the morale should be good. We got paid, everybody gets paid on time. We have a lot of friendly, nice, bonding activities among ourselves. So I think we're there. I really do. Everybody's not going to be happy, Senator, but like I said, we try to address issues as they arise. But overall, at the BMV, it is the place to be. Remember, excellence is all we do.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Francis. And before we wrap up, just let me ask you, just for clarification, the license plate fund that we had for the Centennial License Plate Fund, you don't have access to those dollars, correct?
Not direct access. We normally would ask for a fund balance.
Okay, so Mr. Post Auditor, we need a fund balance on the Centennial License Plate Fund as well. And then how are you providing any support to the Taxi Commission?
As requested, Senator, we do.
So
upon request.
Okay, so you know that they have their challenge with their data.
Mm-hmm.
And they are proposing to spend almost $500,000 for 1,500 taxi medallions, which that's not a financially sound decision. I want to ask you, I know that you collect information as well. How can you assist them with inputting their data into a system so they can have information? Is there any are you having any discussions with them? Because we did ask them to reach out to you. I don't know if that happened, around how can they input their data in a similar system that you are utilizing or something smaller to collect their information so they could continue to update it and track the expiration, similar to what you do, etc.
So we did have a conversation. Well, I did have a conversation with the Executive Director, Ms. Gums. And one of the things we did first, I shared the data that we had.
Mm-hmm.
We only have registered vehicles. And of course, those who are not registered probably have a medallion. I really would know that figure. So I shared what we have for the purpose of ensuring that we have captured everyone. Sometimes human error.
Mm-hmm.
We have a drop-down menu in our software that you could select the type of vehicle, private, taxi. So I just want to make sure that we had selected the right vehicle. That's why I sent that. So we send the figures for her to compare. What I also told Ms. Executive Director is we can, similar to what we did for the government of the Virgin Islands, we could allow them to be a part of our system, but we're going to need some re-engineering of our software. Mm-hmm. And that, Senator, if the board and the executive director agree, I could try within a grant that I'm trying to write for some monies to assist them to pay for that portion of the software. It's going to cost maybe $150,000. And what it would do, it would allow them to, we will isolate them, right? So the employees can only see taxis.
Correct.
And they'll be able to access what we have, upload the data for us before the taxi drivers come to us.
Mm-hmm.
So anything that's missing, they don't have to go from Tutu back to Subbase.
Mm-hmm.
They can't click renewal registration. We have to do that. But any updates and whatever else the taxi does, I don't know. So if they need a form, let's say, or a format to enter some information such as the business licenses, leases, all that stuff. So once we sit down and map out exactly what they want, now it's not going to be everything that they want because it sounds like they want a robust system, but we should be able to give them enough to operate within that space and be able to assist them to generate a report accordingly, because we generate a lot of reports from our system. So I'm willing to do that, and Ms. Gomes did tell me that at a later date after budget, once we do our budget as well, that we will have a further conversation, because I believe it's going to be a bigger conversation with the board and everybody to be on board, and of course with the developer, right? So that we could be able to assist.
Well, thank you for your response on that, because we've been having this discussion for quite some time, and I know that, those two systems can work together, or the two entities, can work together, and like you said, isolate what is tied to the taxi cab commission and your work. And this is something that we can do, because you register vehicles, you register the taxis, and the taxi drivers, they apply for their business license. So the system should be able to marry up, and you access the component of that system that's tied to your work. That's what we should be doing, just not spending money and feeling very comfortable with coming before the legislature asking for $500,000 for 1,500 to 1,800 people. That's just not economically feasible.
Yeah, but we'll help. As a matter of fact, that system, like I just said, it's the same thing we did for the government of the Virgin Islands. Property and procurement can register all government vehicles. They don't have to come to the BMV.
Wow.
So property and procurement sit at the desk and do their thing.
Okay,
so we've done that.
Well, I really hope that, this conversation will extend out to the Taxi Cab Commission so we could get this work done, because we've been having this conversation for a while. And it becomes a little frustrating when you continue to turn your wheels with the same thing, where there's opportunities for collaboration. Okay?
Yeah.
So what we're going to do is give you a 30-second close. I think I have exhausted my conversations with you, or our questions rather, with you for today. We do have some through the chair requests. Usually I would read them out if they're ready. So there were several through the chair requests. So we need to get, of course, the updated personnel listings for the general fund and the motor vehicle fund, and along with the associated fringe benefits. And we need a clear layout of your utility expenses, and exactly where it's being budgeted, because I see that it looks like it's being budgeted against the BMV fund. Okay, but we need to know what your utility expenses are. Did you actually find that?
The
You found it?
PLP fund?
The BMV. No, it's BLP.
Whatever fund it's against, but did you were you able to? Because I think I had said that we would go back to it. Did you find, or do you have the information around how much utilities expenses you've paid to date?
Yes.
How much is that? And what your projections are out to the end of fiscal year 24?
As of June 30th, it's high. It's $289,844.45.
And what are you projecting for the end of?
It's going to be lower because we did had a water leak.
No.
Projection.
So I'm trying to ask you for this fiscal year. So if you're up to 289,844, then this look like it's going north to some 300,000.
Yes.
So on average, how much a month you've been seeing?
Of our utilities?
Yeah, you could just divide it.
Per month. So may I send it out? All right. So this year, the bill was unusually high because apparently we got audited for like past bills. That was part of the problem, right? So it's not the regular monthly. We want to have the actual bill. This is just roll up into everything for the last 12 months, which some of it is not monthly. Some of it were past due bills that we paid this year.
Okay, because based on what you are was shared, you are heading like 123,000 more north for fiscal year 24. So we're gonna need to get from you exactly what your 25, 24 numbers are and what you're projecting for 25 in your utility, because that information is not clear.
Okay, so we're going to give you the specific for monthly.
Well, we want a total.
The total?
Yeah, because that's all we need. We need to know what your projected total is for 24 and what your projected amounts are for 25.
Okay.
Okay, because in the budget that was presented, there is a reduction in your utility for FY25.
Yes, and that is correct.
And this is correct, yes.
Okay, it's down to 102.
Yes.
Yes.
So we have to figure out whether or not that number is a number that we could use or that the number is low.
That's correct.
So once we get that, we should be fine. And then do we need any other? I don't think we need anything else from you. So we will send you the letter, but for the most part, that's what you need to be preparing to give us. All right?
Okay.
We're going to allow you a 30-second close.
Senator Fred Gregory and the 35th Legislature, other senators, we thank you so much for giving the BMV the opportunity to come before you to present to you what we have done so far with the people's money and what we plan to do in the next fiscal year coming up. We pledge to continue to be a good steward of the people's money and continue to do excellent as far as our service delivery to the people of the Virgin Islands, and wherever possible, to seek grant funding to assist in some of our endeavors as we continue to do so. Thanks.
All right, thank you. And I too want to lend my voice to thanking you and your team for the work that you've been doing. There has been significant improvement at the Bureau of Motor Vehicle under your leadership. And I do agree with you that, it's not a perfect world. So as you continue to make the necessary adjustments and to really make BMV a technologically sound entity, I think you are one of the entities that's leading the way in that area. We look forward to seeing that come to fruition, and where everything is done online, and we could, be very proud of the work that's being done in BMV. So I want to thank you and your team for your presentation today and your ability to respond to the questions. I want to thank you have two young ladies here, Miss Simona Michael and Miss Lloyd.
Yes.
I want to thank you for your responses. You guys were very soft-spoken, but you were able to answer every single question, and I really want to say that I appreciate that, and just continue to stay focused on doing this work. It's good work.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you.
we know that we have another department, another agency that's coming before us, so we are going to take a recess, and we will resume in about 15 minutes. The committee stands in recess for 15 minutes. The committee is back on the record. All right, Madam Clerk, can you read block number 2 into the record, please?
Block 2, VI Office of Veterans Affairs. Invited testifier, Mr. Patrick Farrell, Director, VI Office of Veterans Affairs. This concludes the reading of today's agenda. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so good afternoon again to Director Patrick Farrell of the Veterans Affairs and to his Program Administrator, Ms. Juliet Fredericks. Good afternoon. Frederick? I should know better. Frederick. Good afternoon to both of you. We're going to ask you to put your names and titles on the record, and then we'll ask you to proceed with your testimony. You may proceed with your name and title, Mr. Director Farrell.
Director Patrick Farrell.
1 second. Recognize the mic of Ms. Fredericks, please. You want to use the other mic? Pull the one that's, yeah, so you don't have to be, yes.
Juliet Frederick, of Program Administrator.
All right. And Mr. Farrell, are you prepared to put your testimony on the record?
I am.
You may proceed.
Chairman of the Committee on Finance, the Honorable Senator Donna Fred Gregory, other members of the Committee on Finance, and other distinguished senators of the 35th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States, pleasant good day to you. Additional greetings to all physically present, those viewing via the legislature's Legit TV, and those who may have chosen to use another source of media. To those who are serving and those who have served, thank you for your service to our country and our beloved territory. To the staff of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs, whom I refer to as the pillars of the Office of Veterans Affairs, Ms. Frederick, Ms. Hewitt, Ms. Daniel, and Ms. Gordon, thank you for your daily commitment to each and every veteran that you encounter. Your willingness to enhance their quality of life represents your dedication to the overall mission of the Office of Veterans Affairs. I am Patrick D. Farrell, the Director of the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Today, I will present the budget design for the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs for fiscal year 2025. With me is Ms. Frederick, the Office of Veterans Affairs Program Administrator. Currently, we are staffed at 83% of our authorized staff positions. On the island of St. Thomas, there is one coordinator of veterans programs and one program administrator. On the island of St. Croix, there is one administrative assistant and one administrative officer 3. The director position in which I sit is a territorial position. The 17% shortfall reflects the administrative officer position vacancy. This position will be a territorial position focused on all aspects of public information and media relations, which will enhance the public image of the agency via the various social media platforms and daily periodicals. All union employee raises for existing employees are current and implemented within this agency with no retroactive payments being owed. As you can imagine, this is a great contributor to our employee morale, which based on a scale from 1 to 10 is currently at 8.5. The Office of Veterans Affairs is a great place to serve our community and a great place to work. For fiscal year 2024, our requested general fund appropriations were in the amount of $1,219,369. Of that amount, an estimated $499,770 was earmarked to cover personnel salaries and fringe benefits, and $269,599 for operating expenses. $450,000 was collectively earmarked for non-service connected medical travel to the closest VA medical facility, elective medical travel outside of our immediate region, and burial benefits. Due to the Office of Veterans Affairs Policy Number 3, which authorizes the reimbursement of $250 per veteran electing to travel into the mainland USA for VA medical appointments, we have realized an increase in veterans traveling to the mainland for VA medical appointments. To be clear, some of which have been already traveling for appointments, but now coming forward to use this benefit. This shows the interest in veterans wanting to utilize a VA medical facility on the mainland versus Puerto Rico, partly due to them having a family support system within proximity of a VA medical facility. Fiscal year 2023 saw us reimbursing 12 veterans at the rate of $250 per veteran for a total of $3,000. Year to date, the Office of Veterans Affairs has reimbursed 7 veterans at the rate of $250 per veteran per Office of Veterans Affairs policy number 3 for a total of $1,750. The United States Department of Veterans Affairs has also played a significant role in what would be the reduction of veterans needing to travel outside of the territory for any type of VA medical appointments. Through their community care network, they have consistently maintained a relationship with VI Equicare, who is the largest independent preferred provider organization in the Virgin Islands. VI Equicare's membership includes most of the primary care and specialty physicians, as well as ancillary facilities and allied healthcare practitioners practicing in the Virgin Islands. As you can imagine, this relationship creates easier access to most healthcare providers in the territory. Through Equicare, the VA consistently invites these providers to be a part of the VA Community Care Network. Having these providers as a part of the network is what reduces the need for travel outside of the territory. Year to date, we have reimbursed the families of 30 veterans who are now deceased, up to $5,000 per family for burial expenses for a total cost of $141,844. This number seems to be on track to be even less than the last 2 years, $232,998.18 and $301,384.30 respectively. Normally, we would receive $100,000 of non-appropriated funds from the Virgin Islands Lottery for operational expenses. This year, unfortunately, our first allotment of $50,000 and the FY 2020 proceeds from the Veterans Taxi Medallion auction in the amount of $14,300 were redirected due to the government-wide expenditures exceeding revenues. There are provisions within the VI Code allowing for the Office of Veterans Affairs to receive 20% of the proceeds from the annual Veterans Taxi Medallion auction. Currently, the proceeds from the 2021, 2022, and 2023 Veterans auctions are still pending. We look forward to the auctions, which are mandated by VI Code, taking place in December of this year. For fiscal year 2025, our requested general fund appropriations are in the amount of $1,219,369. Of our requested amount, an estimated $499,773 is to cover personnel salaries and fringe benefits, $269,596 for operating expenses, and $450,000 collectively earmarked for non-service connected medical travel to the closest VA medical facility, elective medical travel outside of our immediate region, and burial benefits. In addition, an estimated $17,000 of projected non-appropriated funds is expected from the Virgin Islands Lottery and the Taxi Cab Commission collectively to assist in the coverage of our everyday operating expenses. $350,000 has been earmarked for a few years now to be available until expended as the match for the United States Department of Veterans Affairs Cemetery Grants Program, which we applied for. Unfortunately, the Department of Veterans Affairs has reprioritized resources relating to burial. The focus has been placed on the extension of existing cemeteries versus standing up new cemeteries. Unfortunately for us, we are rightfully categorized as a new cemetery. In the meantime, we have embarked on constructing multi-vault crypts and columbariums via the general fund in both districts. The Department of Veterans Affairs National Cemetery Association has been notified of our intention as it relates to the multi-vault crypts and columbariums, and they have expressed interest in making this a pilot program for the entire nation. Just like the Virgin Islands, many states and cities are experiencing space issues which these type structures will resolve. The most recent structure is 90% constructed on the island of St. Croix on the southwestern side of the Kings Hill Cemetery, which will mark the very first of its kind in the St. Croix district. To date, Heights Construction, who is the contractor of the project, has been paid $302,170.95 of $468,820.50, representing 64.45% of the agreed upon cost of the project. This project does not have the appearance of needing any financial adjustments or change orders. As a result of Act number 8650, $1.5 million has been appropriated for the construction of the Clarence Beaverhout Senior Veterans Complex. To date, $237,160 has been encumbered from that amount for the start of the design portion of the project, which is being facilitated by NV5 Incorporated. This building will be located at Parcel F, Submarine Base Number 6, Southside Quarter, which is the location of the former Smalls Electric building on Legion Hall Drive. While we are appreciative of this appropriation, by no means will this be the entire cost of the structure. This structure will house the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs St. Thomas office on one level, and then on a separate level, a common area or hall that can be used by the American Legion Post Number 90 for meetings and events at no cost to them, in addition to outreach events which are normally held by the Office of Veterans Affairs. In addition to outreach events, the common area can possibly be used as a small rentable event space. We will explore the legalities of providing such a space. If it's found to be something that's doable, we anticipate using those funds for the maintenance of the building, with hopes of freeing the Office of Veterans Affairs and the general fund from the financial responsibilities of this building. The design process of the structure is ongoing. As recent as July 11, 2024, there was a meeting with all stakeholders involved in the design process. Based on that meeting, the design team has estimated the structure to cost around $5 million. However, this is not a concrete number. I know this number may initially be cause for alarm, but please allow me to subdue that alarm by announcing my vision for this structure. To begin, there is an old structure currently on the lot designated for the construction of the new structure, which must be demolished. In addition, the new structure will have an elevator for the purpose of traversing between floors when necessary, especially for our disabled veterans. I have also asked the design team if the addition of a third floor would be within what's allowed for this plot. To my amazement, the answer was yes. With the allowance of a third floor, I asked for them to incorporate the design of a level that would accommodate a shelter for the medically vulnerable veteran population in time of disaster. This level would include medical equipment very similar to the accommodation of a hospital room with all accessories. This became a part of my vision after seeing the complexity of creating continuity of care during a disaster for our veterans who chose to use the VA Caribbean healthcare system as their provider of choice. It would be much easier to bring a service provider to an equipped hospital-type room than it would be to get a veteran or veterans to the closest VA medical facility. In addition, if we have a facility that meets the standard for the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, it would be much easier to create a partnership that can fulfill this vision. I hope this eases the anxiety of the dollar value. Who else deserves such a facility more than those who were sworn to protect and defend? This agency currently owns 4 vehicles. One 2023 Chevrolet Traverse and one 2022 Chevrolet Colorado on the island of St. Thomas, one 2022 Chevrolet Traverse and one 2022 Chevrolet Colorado on the island of St. Croix. All 4 of our vehicles are in very good condition. Some of our more notable ventures during the latter part of this last fiscal year and this fiscal year to date include the following. After realizing the current state of the gravesite of the late Ruby M. Rouse, the Office of Veterans Affairs conducted some well-deserved maintenance on her gravesite. This included power washing, repainting, and strengthening of the foundation around it. In its current condition, in its past condition, it was an eyesore, and we would not allow it to remain in that condition. Permission was granted from the family to conduct this maintenance. The late Ruby M. Rouse was the first Virgin Islander to join the Women's Army Corps. The Office of Veterans Affairs organized and facilitated a medical provider workshop/recruitment drive with the intent of educating local medical providers and encouraging them to join the VA Community Care Network. This workshop/recruitment drive was attended by the VA, third-party payer for our region, Optum Serve. The Office of Veterans Affairs, in conjunction with First Bank, organized a financial literacy series for veterans. One of the major components of the series included representatives from the VA Loan Guarantee Office in Washington, D.C. We purposely use a virtual platform so that Virgin Islands veterans locally and abroad would be able to take advantage of the series. 4, we initiated the process for the construction of the multi-vault crypts on the island of St. Croix, which, as mentioned before, is now 90% completed. 5, we initiated the process for the design and construction of the Clarence Beaverhout Senior Veterans Complex. Some things we continue to advocate for are as follows. The possibility of decreasing the financial hardship of a significant population of our veterans by paying upfront for their medical travel to the closest medical facility. If brought to fruition, this will not affect the current financial position of the agency. Quite a few non-service connected veterans elect to continue accessing medical care via the VA Caribbean Healthcare System headquartered in San Juan, Puerto Rico, some of whom do so multiple times per month. The Office of Veterans Affairs paying upfront versus reimbursing veterans travel to the closest VA medical facility will be a significant enhancement to quality of lives of our veterans, especially those veterans on a fixed income. And it would alleviate veterans skipping necessary medical appointments due to lack of funds. We are also researching being able to pay upfront for funeral expenses of deceased veterans versus requiring their families to pay and then be reimbursed. Same concept as the aforementioned. The cost of funerals has drastically increased over the last few years, and again, funds are already allocated to our office to support the families of veterans in this instance. Right now, based on language in the VI Code, we are mandated to reimburse. Please help us to help our veterans and their families. We continue to assess our operation and think of how we can make this agency an even better oil working machine. We remain committed to our mission to honor the commitment of Virgin Islanders who rose to the challenge of wearing our nation's military uniform, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, by continuing to advocate on their behalf and by enhancing their quality of life by making sure they receive all entitled services and benefits. We continue to encourage our veterans to access the office using available technology as much as possible. Yes, the office is 100% open. However, we find it to be proactive and more convenient for those veterans that are computer literate and have constant access to technology. Our website allows veterans that are computer literate to conduct most of their VA business from the comforts of a location of their choice. By accessing our website at www.veterans.vi.gov, veterans can also register online with the agency, request military records, request reimbursement for authorized medical travel, and request educational waivers, just to name a few. We do realize that there is a significant number of our veterans who may not have computer access, nor the knowledge to navigate computer systems. Those veterans are always welcome to visit our office in person for assistance at any time during office hours. Madam Chair, thank you for the opportunity to address you and this august body. Ms. Frederick and I are available to answer any questions that you or any other member of this body may have for the Virgin Islands Office of Veterans Affairs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Farrell, for your testimony. And colleagues, we're going to go to a 5-minute round. Let me ask you, you shared on page 3 of your testimony that you normally would receive $100,000 of non-appropriated funds from the Virgin Islands Lottery for operational expenses. But you didn't say whether or not you received the funds, because then you went on to another sentence. A little unclear as to whether or not you've received the $100,000.
Actually, I did. I said this year, unfortunately, our first allotment of $50,000 and the FY 2020 proceeds from the tax similar auction were redirected.
So
we did not receive it.
Okay, so I guess it's the way the sentence is written. So your first allotment would have been $50,000. That's what you're saying.
Yes, we get two installments, $50,000 each from lottery.
And your $50,000 was redirected to where?
Well, I don't know exactly where. I just know that we got notice from the Office of Management and Budget that they were redirecting those funds.
And this $100,000 that you get from them, is it a friendly appropriation? A friendly, it's not even an appropriation. It's not appropriated. Is it a friendly funds that you get from
the lottery?
The
yes.
lottery is friendly?
Every year, yes.
So there is nothing in the law that says that you get this?
Actually,
so I need clarification on that. Whether or not
I think it is in the law, and then right.
So if it's in the law, it cannot be redirected. That's where I'm going with this.
Oh.
Yeah. So we need to find out if the funds from the lottery. So we have to check it to determine whether or not these this $100,000 is an amount, whether it may not be appropriated. If the law says that annually Veterans Affairs shall receive $100,000, you shall receive $100,000. It cannot be arbitrarily redirected by anyone other than the legislature.
I know in the case of the Taxi Association, that portion for FY20, that is definitely in the law, and that was redirected.
And that's the other thing. So
yes.
We know that if there are any proceeds for veterans' taxi medallions, that there is a portion that comes to you.
20%.
20% of those proceeds. So are you saying that, because I don't know, the last auction was in 2020, as far as you know?
No, the auctions have been every year.
But you're saying the FY 2020 proceeds from the Veterans Taxi Medallion auction. So you are not aware of what the other proceeds have been?
No, because those were not, I guess they're a little behind, if I could be totally transparent.
Okay, so that's information we need to find out. Are you usually utilize these funds for operational expenses?
Yes.
So if the year expires, September 30th, are these funds still available to you? Where are these funds? Is it do they hit a special account? How are these funds accounted for? Ms. Frederick? Recognize the mic of the testifier, please.
Yeah, there is a special account, and once we receive these funds, they should be used until expended.
Okay, so there's a special account that sits in the ERP system.
Yes.
Do you know the name of the account?
It's named contributions and revenue account.
So when you process a transaction, you go to an account that's called?
Contributions and revenue account.
Yeah.
So we receive the revenues And once we receive the revenues, we submit information to finance for them to put it in our expense account.
So they put it in your general fund expense account?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to check to see if this $100,000 is appropriated as per law. Because it may be non-appropriated funds, but once it's in the law, it's an annual appropriation that comes natural. So we have to find that out. So hopefully my office is listening so we could check it to determine whether or not this is appropriate, because our job is to make sure that, the law is being followed. And we know that, the work of your office is very important to the veterans of the Virgin Islands. So we are not going to sit on our laurels if we hear that funds are being redirected. We need to understand whether it or not it is legal to redirect those funds. And based on what we're seeing, I know for sure that the Veterans Taxi Medallion funds should not be redirected. Those funds are owed to you. And I'm certain that Senator DeGraff is going to get right up on top of that as soon as it's his turn to speak. Senator Blyden, are you still with us? Okay, he's probably off to his meeting, so he may rejoin, but I'm going to go directly to Senator DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. Okay, lottery?
I will estimate about 60,000.
Only 50?
For 3 years.
Right, so give me a total amount.
Yeah, that's estimation, about 60,000.
60,000.
It's about about 20,000 every year or less.
Oh, so 60,000 total?
Total,
Okay, 60K. And that's between taxi and lottery?
That's just taxi alone.
Okay, 60K taxi. How much lottery?
Lottery doesn't really owe us. We receive our first allotment for this year, 50,000 that was redirected. So we usually get another 50,000 for this fiscal year. So lottery usually up to date.
So you say lottery gave you 50,000, it was redirected?
Yes, and we usually get an additional 50,000 for the remaining of this fiscal year.
Right, but you haven't gotten it yet?
The second allotment, no.
Okay, so the first allotment was redirected?
Yes.
Where?
I do not know. We usually send a letter to finance.
So you don't have it? The
We
first
don't have
allotment,
it.
the 50K?
It's in our revenue account.
Wait, yes. One second. I'm working with you. So right now, 60,000, 3 years owed by taxi, 50,000 first allotment 24, you have not received from lottery. And the second allotment is supposed to come in when? Got wait in the fourth quarter, yeah. Do on the director's mic again, please. Yeah, go turn on the director mic. Have them.
Hello?
Yeah, okay.
I would say that the monies from lottery was received because we get a hard check. So we received the hard check, took it to finance so it could be placed in the proper account. But then we got a letter from OMB telling us that it would be redirected. So we received it, but we don't have access to it.
Oh, they took it. So you don't have that money. So that's 50,000.
Correct.
When is the next allotment due?
As soon as we request it, which is like tomorrow.
Okay. So request that and let us know. Cause that's another 50,000.
Correct.
So we basically be looking at $160,000. You need it. Yeah, we gotta have that. I want to go back to personnel. Is your budget increased or decreased? Based on you have the copy of the post-audit report?
We have it.
Okay, so has your budget been increased or decreased from 24?
As it relates to personnel?
Overall budget. The overall budget. But I want to start with personnel first.
If it has been increased, it's just for fringe benefits. So it's really the same.
Also, are you even aware what your budget was decreased or increased? You have the same budget every year again.
Right. The only thing would be the difference with the fringe benefits and the The one position that was previously 50% is now 100%.
So when last the employees had a wage increase?
I would say the last union contract for SIU was in 2019.
2019 was your last wage increase. Okay, and only fringe you say we increase. So when is SIU set to negotiate again? Do you know?
Yes, we were, SIU was in negotiation last week. They just completed negotiations.
Okay, so is a wage increase pending for 25?
Yes, they're working on an increase for the SIU masters.
So director, your staff supposed to be getting a wage increase, but
After negotiations are complete.
Right, so you said they started, they're almost complete, but only fringe you were increasing for 25. That's what you said, if I understand it right.
From 24 to 25, yes. But we're supposed to get SIU supposed to get a union increase for the new contract, but the last contract was 2019.
30 seconds.
Right.
So we have a new contract that's supposed to be signed hopefully this year.
Right, so this year 24. So then you have an estimation of what your new salary would be going to?
Not as yet until negotiations is completed.
Okay, you haven't seen it. Okay, so again, I guess you may have to come back. So in regards to the Clarence Beaver Hall facility, I just wanted to mention that one, thanks for us, collaborating on this.
Time.
How I was seeing it, and just in wrapping up, Madam Chair, I was seeing the bottom floor as the open bay, with bathrooms, the industrial kitchen, and where I remember you hosting a conference out on Frenchman Reef.
2017.
That would compensate for something like that. The bottom floor could turn into a shelter eventually too, if need be. The second floor would be the floor that we look to get a contract with the VA. If the VA were to pay a contract for operating a floor to provide medical services, would the VA be able to cover your operating expenses? It's basically the question I had before we go. If we were able to get that done.
I can't speak prematurely to what they would accommodate financially, but in situations like that, what they'll do is they will provide the staffing.
Okay. So it's just something I was looking into. And finally, the vault on St. Croix, and even the vault here, how many occupancies can they hold presently?
The ones on St. Thomas hold 32 per side, so it's 64. So in a space where you would normally inter 8 people, we are actually interring 64.
That's excellent.
And then the columbariums, which is for the urns, the disposition of the urns, we have it set up to house 120 remains.
Okay, and on St. Croix is how many? Same 32?
Same,
okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
64 actually, to be 32 per side, which will be 64 total.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. So let's go back to the 100,000. So usually the funds are, does the VA lottery send you a check directly and then you deposit it?
We send it to finance, yes.
So the check was sent to you and it was deposited?
To finance, yes.
Into what account?
It went into a revenue account. If you want a project code?
No, I don't need that. I'm just trying to make sure I understand. So I found out that it is by law that the Veterans Affairs is to receive $100,000 from the Virgin Islands Lottery to serve our veterans annually. And the expectation is that you will receive those funds. So I will make the personal phone call to the Commissioner of Finance, because they cannot redirect money that is clear in the law. Then if that's happening, then I don't know what we're doing here. This makes no sense. And then the other question is, did you write for the 50,000? The additional 50,000?
The additional one, we're doing it this week.
Okay, so please write for your additional 50,000. The concern that I have with it though is as the fiscal year closes, how does that, it hits the account as available until expended?
Well, Senator, if I could be transparent again, thanks to you, in prior legislation, the money is available until expended.
Because it should be, because
Yes,
that's
it
money
is.
coming from the lottery to you by law. So you should be able to utilize that money until it is depleted.
It is.
Okay, so we are going to advocate that this 50,000 dollars be addressed as it should be by law. Then it makes no sense for us to be in here making laws that are not being followed. Okay, so we're going to be on top of that one. Senator... And then we're going to get on top of the 1,000, the 14,300, as well as we need to find out as well about the proceeds of the Virgin Islands Taxi Medallion auctions.
For the last 3 years.
For the last 3 years. If there were auctions, we need to know what that looks like.
There were auctions. I could.
So we will
verify
get
that.
on top of that as well. I mean, we shouldn't have to be begging for what, you shouldn't have to be begging to do your job, especially if the auctions are taking place, especially if the lottery is transferring the money. If they were not transferring the money because they had their own financial challenges, that's something different. But that is not, in fact, the case. Lottery has transferred the funding. All right, Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
Greetings to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Thank you, Director Farrell, for being here. As far as your testimony, page 4 of your testimony, you made mention of $450,000 collectively earmarked for several things. But do you have this outline? The reason why I would like to see it itemized, at least for FY 2024, for us to have an idea of what you spent for medical travel to the closest VA medical facility, elective medical travel outside of our immediate region, and burial benefits. Can you present that to us today?
We sent it as a part of our package.
Can you submit that to us?
We did submit it as part of our package, but if you want me to present it here verbally, we're able to do so as well.
Yeah, yes, please. So especially for medical travel closest VA medical facility, and burial benefits, if you can just place that on a record for us.
Expenditures for medical travel as of July 25th, 2024, fiscal year 2024 is $149,887. And for
And before you get to the next one, do you have any outstanding expenses when it comes to what you just covered?
No, everything has been processed. Anything that has been outstanding, we are just waiting for finance to allocate funds to pay our veterans.
All right, and what about elective medical travel outside of our immediate region?
For the ones for the 250,000? I mean the $250?
For FY 2024.
Okay, I did, let me go back to my testimony. I had that in my testimony. 1 second, Senator.
And the reason why, because after you submit those numbers to us or tell us over the microphone, I would like you to submit documentation giving us an idea of how many individuals have benefited. I remember sometime in the 34th legislature, we had conversation. I don't want to go too much in details regarding some of the issues. I just want to see if we're seeing some progress there and for us to really study the data so we can know when we give you the funding for those things that we at least have a more in-depth idea of what's going on.
Okay, so on page 3 of my testimony, at the very top, it says, to date, the Office of Veterans Affairs has reimbursed 7 veterans at the rate of $250 per veteran per our policy for a total of 1,750.
Okay, understood. And then I saw here, burial benefits. I think there should be some changes when it comes to that, or is that specifically, it said, unfortunately, the Department of Veteran Affairs has reprioritized resources relating to burial. Elaborate some more there.
So that's if you can remember a few years ago, we applied for the Veterans Cemetery Grant program.
That was a federal grant.
A federal grant, yes. So that was the match. We
Are
got.
you still holding on to these local funds? How long have you had these local funds earmarked to hold on for the match?
It has been at least maybe 4 years at least.
At least 4 years, and what is the issue of getting the project off the ground? I guess is because what? You said you're reshifting your priorities?
No, that's the United States Department of Veterans Affairs that reshifted their priority. We applied for the program. We met all the qualifications and the requirements. So now we're on a priority list. So we have to wait until we come up to be number 1 on the list in order for the project to be started.
All right, and I know it's beyond your control, but do you have any idea of when we will see some traction there?
No idea. They've been, again, they have reprioritized their focus to existing cemeteries. So when they start back up on new cemeteries, then we will be, again, considered based on the priority list, which we are number 12 at this point.
Time.
No problem. The reason why I continue to ask these questions, I just want to make sure that we pay attention to the funds that we have earmarked and to monitor the conversation, because even though we trust you, we don't know everything that's going on within your division, hence why we're having these conversations. My time was called. I don't want to abuse it, but continue to do the work that you're doing, and God bless the Virgin Islands.
Senator James Sr., if you have some other follow-up questions, you can, because it's just us. So you may proceed.
Yes. So earlier I asked BMV about our military veterans license plate, and it was brought to my attention that it's funded by the Office of Veteran Affairs. So my question is, for FY 2024, do you have the data to show how many veterans registered and applied for that license plate? The reason why I need to find out how much funds are being expended out of your allotment and being redirected to DMV or BMV.
Well, Senator, we don't redirect any money to BMV. What we do
you
is
cover the cost, though. You cover the cost.
we purchase the plates right out, and we issue them from our office once the veterans are found to be eligible.
And what's the average cost? What's the cost that you have to pay per license plate?
Per license plate, we pay $13.67 per plate.
And how many veterans do you have registered who do take advantage of these plates? You have that data?
How many have registered thus far with the new license plate, which was about from 2019? I don't have that particular data with me, but I could get that to you.
And this is funded by federal dollars or local dollars?
This is all general fund dollars. We use our operational expenses to purchase things of this nature.
So my last question on that subject matter is, have you ever found yourself in a situation where you don't have enough funding, or is it always suffice?
We always take it right down to the wire. Good management.
Okay. I just want to say once again, thank you for all that you have done for our men and women who have served this country. I stand in full support of our military veterans, and I will support anything that speaks to promoting our military veterans and bringing in some form of highlight or I should say supporting our unsung heroes. So with that said, thank you, Madam Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James Sr. You shared with us that your Why were you not able to fill your vacant position, administrative officer, this fiscal year?
Right, that just went last year from 50% to 100%. And there was a time in this fiscal year where there was actually a pause on hiring of those type positions. So we look forward to getting that position up and running here in the near future.
Well, we weren't aware of that. So the administrative officer position that's vacant is budgeted at 36,375,000, and that's the 100%
Is that
salary.
100? Yes.
Okay. And all of your other positions are filled.
Yes.
Correct? And then I see that you have some adjustments in there of some almost $5,000. What's the purpose of those adjustments?
Even after the union raises in 2019, our 2 employees in St. Croix got promotions. And for our St. Thomas employee, we're hoping to give her a step increase. So that's the purpose of that.
Okay, so you are doing a promotion in St. Thomas.
Yes.
A step increase or a promotion?
A promotion.
It's a promotion. And that title is which one of these positions there?
Coordinator.
Your Veterans Program Coordinator.
Yes.
Yes.
And these are unionized positions?
They all are.
Yeah, the salaries seem a little low. Okay, so so you're going to do a promotion. Okay, that's good. All right. Okay, Senator DeGraff, you are recognized for your point of information.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was a little distracted having a conversation, but I heard you talking about a step increase. How are you going to do that? You're only requesting fringe benefit increase. That's all. Based on what I asked, that's all I was told.
When you do an increase like that, we have to go through personnel, and we have to do job description and revise that and everything. So we have to go through personnel in regards to getting that done.
But I was okay. Then maybe I'm missing what Madam Chair was talking about in regards to an individual receiving a step increase. A step increase is a wage increase, so it should reflect on personnel.
Yes.
Right, but you only ask for increase on fringe is what it is I'm asking.
This money is in the adjustment. If you look for in personal services, the breakdown, you'll see an adjustment in there for like 4,000 and change.
Okay, so that covers it. Okay, good.
Correct.
Thank you.
It's
Thank you, Madam
basically already built in to your budget. And
Yes.
actually it was built into your budget from last fiscal year. So you're intending to do that. Why not do it this fiscal year?
Yeah.
It's surer if you do it this fiscal year because it's already built into your numbers. Because your numbers are not changing. Right?
We'll make the
So
adjustment.
consider it. I think you guys are going to be in and out of here because I don't know if there are any other burning questions. Let me just ask the post auditor to please reach out to the Department of Finance with regards to the funding. The $50,000 for was already released, check cut, check sent to Veterans Affairs, updated in the system for the use of the work of the Veterans Affairs, as well as the $14,300 for the taxi medallion sales.
I can actually provide the document that was redirecting the.
No, that's okay. We
funds.
want finance to have
Yeah.
finance make sure they put the money in the system so y'all could have it for the.
That's what I'm saying. I was going to provide the document for you that was telling us that it was going to be redirected.
Okay, please, we would appreciate that.
Yes.
And then also, Mr. Post Auditor, please reach out to the Virgin Islands Taxi Cab Commission Director and request from them the amount of proceeds from the Veterans Taxi Medallion Action from 2020 and forward, which would be 2020, 21, 22, 23, and if there was any actions taking place in 24. So we could really understand what's going on here because these government monies have to be accounted for. We have to account for the government funds. We can't just have actions and these different things occurring and ain't nobody updating. I have a hard time with understanding what's so difficult with that. I know a lot of money. All right.
For clarification.
Point
yes.
the information close out.
For clarification, 2020 was already received but redirected. What's in question is 2021, 2022, and 2023. The
Got it.
auction for 2024 has not taken place yet. It will take place in December.
Very well. Thank you for that. So we need to get that information back to us, Mr. Post Editor. And general fund appropriations tied to the 450. So the $450,000, I think you reported on it. So the non-service connected medical travel to the closest facility. And you have a balance in that this year?
Yes.
What is the balance?
The balance is $233,043. I could give you a breakdown.
Not necessary. So you have a balance of 233.49.
233.43.
43. Okay. And how much did you spend this year? So that's 100 and something you spent. I think you said it earlier.
Total expenditures 216,956.
216,956. And in the previous years, did you have a balance? So what is the overall GL balance in the account? Do you have that?
For the previous years, each year OMB allotted 450,000, and if we do get a balance, they put it back into the budget and give us a new appropriation.
Okay, so is this money not available until expended?
It's not available until expended.
It's not?
No.
So whatever is left back on the table, it goes back in for the next year. Okay, good. Just want to make sure that. So this does not go into a special fund. As I look at it, so what we've been doing is org 290 is your org, right? And when we do the budget, while we treat this as it's called Office of Veterans Affairs, Medical and Burial Expenses 450. This is rolled up into your overall operating expenses. So those monies are not available to you. That's not been expended. And these monies are, the source of funding for this is coming directly from the general fund as well, right?
Yes, miscellaneous section.
It's the miscellaneous section, but it's the general fund. All right, so now I understand why we should not treat it as available until expended. Right. Because if we do, then it's contributing to the challenges that we have with our cash flow. Okay. I think Senator DeGraff, you had a point of information. You can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The director mentioned in regards to your testimony about the upfront payment for burial resident reimbursement. I offered Bill Amendment number 35-822. In the last session, we attached it to a non-germane bill that stated Title III Virgin Islands Code. And before I mentioned that, all my colleagues supported it. So it was sent forward. Title III Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 1, Section 8B is amended. A, by striking the language in Section A and B and inserting new language to read. A, the government of the Virgin Islands shall pay a funeral home or mortuary business that prepares the body of a veteran of the United States Armed Forces for burial, interment, or rendered other services connected with the death, $5,000 upon the funeral home or mortuary business submittal of a certified copy of the death certificate and an invoice for services performed to the Office of Veterans Affairs. B, the Director of Office of Veterans Affairs shall develop the procedures for the implementation of the direct payment to the mortuary business for the funeral home or funeral home. So it was addressed to amend it to the bill. So as soon as I get signed off and we have it, so then you could start putting your what you need to put in process so we can have that taken care of to assist the families of our fallen veterans. Thank you for the time, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, do you have any other questions for the Office of Veterans Affairs? No?
No, I good.
Good. All right, so we're going to allow you a 30-second close. I just want to thank you and your team for all that you do. We know that, you have a very small budget, and when agencies have small budgets, it can be very difficult for you to maneuver because you can't really pull from other areas to accommodate your needs. So I believe that we are committed to ensuring that you maintain your numbers and that your salaries, your one vacancy is not budgeted at 50%, because guess what? That don't make no sense because you can't fill a position unless you fill it half the year. And really and truly, based on what we're seeing, is a position that you really need. Okay, so you don't have any capital outlay for 24.
No.
But you've moved the funding for the 10,000. Where is that funding going?
They want from last year's capital outlay?
Because your numbers are the same. So where's your capital outlay numbers? Where are they hitting? What's the need for the additional 10,000 if you're not putting it in capital outlay? Where are you putting it? Where's it being placed?
So now remember that we had the crypts that were being built. So we took, the 10,000, we added the other monies that were needed.
Right, but I'm saying in 2025, you don't have any capital outlay requests. Am I correct on that?
Right, we don't have any requests for capital outlay.
Yeah, but your budget.
Yes, that's correct. We don't have any capital outlays. I think the last time we used any capital was to pay for the 2023 Traverse. So there's no reason for any capital outlay for this.
Right, but what I'm seeing is, so your supplies has been increased. What's the reason for this increase in the supplies? Because it seems like that what's happening is the funding is just being placed across the prime accounts. And for us, it has to be based on your true need. Do you need this? Can we just say you don't need the $10,000, so we won't budget for it? Because I'm seeing you have an increase in your supplies. What type of supplies do you purchase for your operations? Because you have an increase of another $6,000, and that's just moving the money across the organization.
Well, any type of increase that you see in the budget would be because the actual expenditures will be our lottery funds. So anything that we receive and the expenditures, it will be included.
Right, but this $1.2 million does not include lottery. This is a straight general fund. So your budget, if you were to receive the lottery funds, your budget numbers would have been $1,319,000 because there's an additional $100,000. So I'm basically saying, what OFB has done with this is they just basically allowed you to keep your ceiling and move the monies across the other accounts. So now you don't need it in capital outlay, so they just move it across supplies, and I guess some of it is dropped into other services and charges. That's basically what I see. Although your other services and charges is increased by the difference. It's 6 and 310, 6 and 410, something like that. You see? So if you don't need that, then we don't need to, because we're trying to find funding. Trust me. It may seem like a small amount, but we try and find resources. So just get back to us and tell us, whether or not that's a true need for you. Okay?
We will.
All right, good. All right, you're now allowed for your 30-second close.
Madam Chair, I want to say thanks for this continued support from this body. And specifically, I'd mentioned the amendment that the good senator just mentioned as it relates to the burial, removing the word reimbursement and allowing us to pay directly for for services for the families, so we don't have to put them into a financial burden. I will ask that the paying upfront for medical travel to the closest VA medical facility, that we prioritize that also. That has always been a concern of mine, because we see too many veterans that have appointments in Puerto Rico. They are non-service connected, which means they have to pay upfront, and they are making choices like travel to Puerto Rico or be able to eat or pay my rent or stuff like that. So we really want to be able to help those veterans that are especially on fixed income with their travel to the closest VA medical facility. So I really would appreciate putting some priority on that.
So you're asking for an amendment on the second one. What's that amendment?
So before I'd ask for an amendment for both of them, the one with the burial, they removed the word reimbursement. So now we're able to pay directly to the funeral homes.
Right.
So now with the travel for those non-service connected veterans that must travel to Puerto Rico for appointments, we want to be able to do the same for them. Pay up front for their plane ticket instead of reimbursing, because right now we're allowed to reimburse by the VA code.
Okay. So the only I'm definitely in agreement with you, and we could make the amendment. The only concern that I have is timing. I believe that what we should do is allow you, and you could tell me what your thoughts are around how much money it is we have set aside for that you have an impress fund?
What? No. Well, it's all inside the that same 450,000.
Right. But what happens is if we have in I'm losing my train of thought. If we're having a challenge with our cash flow and a veteran needs to travel, then they're going to be waiting for the money. You're going to be getting pressure. You telling them financing and release it yet, financing and release it yet. You follow what I'm saying?
Well,
You're well-intended, but you understand the issue here, right? So my thought process is more around this. Allow you to set up an impress fund where you can write checks to the veterans directly, and of course, you have to have it reconciled. So allow you to start an impress fund with, say, $100,000, and then that fund will be replenished as you go. That will help you to be able to directly write the checks to the veterans as they travel within your policy, of course.
Okay.
But it puts an additional burden on you because now you have to reconcile and account for the money, and you cannot use the funds outside of the scope.
Right.
So we could talk about that with Senator, our good veteran Senator DeGraff, as to how that could look. But I think that would serve much better, because if you do it the other way around, you're still at the mercy of the funds being released from Department of Finance.
And I only raise that because we do have a number of veterans right now that have traveled and are awaiting reimbursement to be paid right now.
So you see my point? Okay, good. So we're on the same page. So it serves you better to be allowed to set up an impress fund account, and then, so we could I could work with Senator Graff, so we could write that up for you. So it serves you better. So a portion of X dollars will be used for that purpose, and you would replenish it as you draw down. You replenish, you put the money back. So it's like a washing machine. It goes around and around.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes, that would work. Okay,
perfect. So we keep saying I'm going to allow you a 30-second close. We mean it this time. We're going to allow you a 30-second close.
So again, thanks for all the support from this body. We are happy with how things are working out for us financially. So thanks again.
All right, and thank you again for all that you do, and thank you to your staff for all that they do as well. The Committee on Budget, Appropriations, and Finance for today is hereby adjourned.